the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I am Dahira Ahmed. Political parties, candidates and their supporters will have to wait until next year before formally launching campaigns for the 2027 general election. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission says electioneering will not be allowed before May 29, 2027. IEBC Chairperson Erastus Ethekon says the campaign period will begin after the commission completes candidate registration, but not before May 29th. The campaign period will run until August 7th, 2027, ahead of the August 10th general elections. Recovery efforts at the Mount Ololokwe helicopter crash site in Samburu County have been completed, with the bodies of all 7 victims retrieved. A multi-agency team recovered the final 3 bodies on Thursday after an intensive operation at the remote crash site. The victims' remains were extensively burnt, with only a few identifiable body parts recovered from the wreckage.
All the 3 remaining bodies which remained yesterday has been retrieved, and although they were burned beyond recognition, we have taken the samples of those bodies taken to Nairobi for further examination.
Vile jana ndege ilianguka, tuliona ndege ilikuja ikapiga round kama 2-3, so ikaenda huko penye huwa inakaa kwa sunset. So tulikaa kitu kama 5 minutes to 10 minutes kama tujasikia tena sauti. After hapo tuliona ndege ilikuja hapo kwa sunset yenye huwa tunaendanga kawaida sunrise. So hapo tuliona ndege ikianguka.
Elsewhere, questions are being raised over reported cases of sexual violence and deaths during the recent unrest in Homa Bay County. Suba North Member of Parliament Millie Odhiambo has called for investigations to establish the number of women who were allegedly raped during the unrest. Speaking in Parliament, Odhiambo said she had personally met 2 women who were attacked.
Mr. Speaker, I hope that Honorable Martha can actually please add to that statement, or the committee could add to that statement, exactly how many women were raped, or if there are investigations, because some cases of rape, women are very shy to come forward. I personally met 2 women who were attacked. One is a woman who was from Kwale, and she was cut with a panga here. She was on a wheelchair. I was actually called because of what people know that my concerns about women. I went and saw her when she was on transit from Kisumu to Mombasa around midnight.
And Britain, France, Germany, Italy and Canada have condemned Israel's plans to build more than 1,200 settlement homes in the UoN area of the occupied West Bank. In a joint statement, the countries described the plans as unacceptable and urged Israel to withdraw them immediately. The UoN area east of Jerusalem is considered strategically important, with development there raising concerns over the viability of a future Palestinian state. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I am Dahira Ahmed.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? It is now 4 minutes past 6 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and this is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. How are you doing? I'm sure you're doing good. Kama kawaida. Why? Because sijaona message yote nasema kumenuka ama ni kubaya ama kumedhoka. I'm looking at some of your interactions here, and I can see everything is fantastico. MC Tonje, how are you doing? I am quite certain that that you're here with us. Na kuna huyu jamaa mwingine anaitwa Ndwati, habari yako? Uko salama? Kwa kweli natumai uko salama. Na wale wengine wote, if you're coming through, find us on our social media spaces. That is at Radio Generation Kenya on Facebook, on our YouTube channel as well. But if you're finding us on X, it is at Radio Gen KE. That is also our handle on on Instagram. All right, so let's get popping, let's get starting, because it promises to be an amazing day. And like I told you, today, as far as the international days and weeks are concerned, being the 21st day of August 2026, we are celebrating the International Day of Remembrance and Tribute to the Victims of Terrorism. Again, International Day of Remembrance and Tribute to the Victims of Terrorism. Our own country did experience something this particular month a couple of years ago. You remember August 7th? Yes. 1998, I believe it was, when a bomb went off in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam. And that one, my friends, was one of those days that shall remain in infamy. What wataikumbuka for days to come, because it was such a tragedy. And for the victims, tunasema pole sana. For the families that remain behind and they continue to remember that particular day, even though some of us forget it until on that material day. Man, I cannot imagine what you go through. And this day being the 21st day of August, it is the International Day of Remembrance and Tribute to the Victims of Terrorism all over the world. What is the UN saying about it? Wanasema hivi: acts of terrorism propagating a wide range of hateful ideologies continue to injure, harm and kill thousands of innocent people each year. Despite international condemnation of terrorism, victims and survivors of terrorism often struggle to have their voice heard, their needs supported, and their rights upheld. Victims often feel forgotten and neglected once the immediate aftermath of a terrorist attack fades, with profound consequences for them. Few member states have the resources or the capacity to fulfill the medium and long-term needs of victims of terrorism to enable them to fully recover, rehabilitate, and reintegrate into society. Most victims can only recover and cope with their trauma through long-term multi-dimensional support, including physical, psychological, social, and financial. Well, there you have it. The resolution came in 2017. The General Assembly established the International Day of Remembrance and of Tribute to the Victims of Terrorism to be commemorated annually on every 21st day of August in order to honor and support the victims and survivors of terrorism and to promote and protect the full enjoyment of their human rights and fundamental freedoms. When did we get to this, by the way, as a population, as a people, as a planet? Where you just attack your person, your people, your persons, even with the kind of information that we have. It is said that we're in the information age. Why is it that we bomb each other every single day? And here's the funny thing. There's someone right now seated somewhere in a lab somewhere coming up with a bomb, a weapon of sorts, biological, chemical, physical, or otherwise. Yani our potential, instead of advancing our species, instead of advancing our civilization, kuna mtu anakaa hivi anafikiria how they're gonna bomb, how they're gonna make the next big bomb. And that one, my friends, that is where mi nasemanga bana, after God, fear human beings. Significant events in history today. Let me see what is making sense, or rather what would make sense to us. There's this thing called the Mona Lisa. I'm sure you've heard about it. It's a painting, a very famous painting. Now, in 1911, the Mona Lisa was stolen from the Louvre Museum in Paris by a former employee, that is Vincenzo Pereguia, causing a massive global sensation. If there's one thing I've never understood, is this issue of paintings. I mean, I get art, considering I am an artist myself, an artist of sorts. I get this whole issue of, art, but I've never really understood when we are talking about paintings such as the Mona Lisa, and many other paintings that have been done by, the Van Gogh ni painter. Anyway, those guys, valued at millions and millions of US dollars. What is so special about these paintings and art? I don't think I'll ever understand. And by the way, I am not rubbishing that particular, I'm not rubbishing the art. I'm not rubbishing the career. I'm not rubbishing the profession. Yes, that's the word. I'm not rubbishing that thing, but I'm just asking, what is it about these things that we call paintings that is so special. Sometimes even sculptures, the abstract ones. You get to see a sculpture in a kama vanio, and then you see people are so sensational about it, and they even value it at millions, and they say this one was done in 1721, or this is from 600 BC. I mean, I get the fact that it has survived that long, but when it's valued at, you hear $1 million, $2 million, $10 million US dollars, $20 million US dollars, $100 million, and you're asking yourself, what? See the matope too? Perhaps I'll never understand. Even the paintings, like the Mona Lisa. I mean, it's a beautiful picture, don't get me wrong. It's a beautiful painting. And all the others that have been painted, you look at them but you look at the price tag and you ask yourself, but why? Why is it so expensive? And they're talking about it causing a massive global sensation in 1911 when it was stolen from the Louvre Museum in Paris by a former employee, that is Vincenzo Pereguia. Jamaa alifanya yani dunia mzima ikapanic, ikashtuka, ikasema, what is it? Yeah. Anyway, so there you have it. Done in history, 1911. Mona Lisa stolen. Then something else that also happened in 1976 on a day like today, that is 21st of August. NASA's Viking 1 spacecraft transmitted the first clear images of the Martian surface back to Earth. Now, this is something I get because I am always intrigued by what is beyond the cosmos, what is in the heavens, the heavenly bodies, from the stars to the comets to the planets. Siti unaniangalia unashangaa mbona nabambika. These things, by the way, they are very intriguing.
No, Shanghai, I am aware.
Yeah.
And you have a love for the cosmos. That I understand.
Yes.
Just like you have a love for the bizarre. And you have a love for conspiracy theory.
That one you're very right, yes. Yeah, you're right. That one, nakubaliana nayo 150%.
And you also like wrestling.
Yeah. You're actually, yes, I do. Mimi ni mtu nilikuwa na watching reso back in the 90s, akina Roddy Piper, akina Kamala, akina Kane, this guy mwenye Undertaker.
Undertaker.
Akina Triple H. Those are my folks. Those are my guys, man. When Reso was Reso.
Uje mambo ushaniambia. So that's why I know. Si ati nimeguess. When uliniambia?
Wakati Reso ilikuwa Reso. Tulikuwa tunagather sisi wote. We didn't have Netflix. We didn't have Prime Video.
No, not having it. It didn't exist.
Exactly. We didn't have YouTube.
Didn't exist.
Ulikuanga yani unaenda hivi. Munagather nyinyi wote I think ilikuwa inakuja 7:30 after the news. Muna watch nyote Reso, from your mom, your dad, sisters, brother, everyone.
And everybody had their choice of
yes. Kuna wale wanasema Kamala acheze kama yeye. Kuna wale watu wanasema Triple H. Huyu jamaa alikuwa anaitwa nani? He died the other day. Ah man, why am I forgetting his name? He used to tear his vest. Man. Alikuwa na kandevu ka white. Come on. But anyway, that guy, if I remember his name, I'll tell you. Alikuwa na kama na rarua shati yake hivi manze juu, alafu anatandika watu ka burukenge. Akina Brock Lesnar. Those were my guys.
The choreography for those wrestling games were quite amazing.
Those guys, ona watu wanasemanga ati Ruto na choreograph. Ruto hakuna kitu anajua. Yani ukiona ile mbogi venye ilikuwa Undertaker venye alikuwa anaingia pale hivyo, then the music plays, and then there's darkness first of all, then there's that gong that plays,
smoke.
And then smoke, and then he appears suddenly on the ring, and then people are asking what ametokezea wapi. Sometimes he would walk from on the aisle and come with this ngepa ameweka hivi chini, then akifika pale anaangalia hivi, yote ilikuwa inatua bana.
Undertaker.
Kamala naye he was this African. And then they would play some random African music, which I found very racist, but they would play it anyway. Then he would...
So long as there were lots of drums, it was African.
That was very racist.
And so long as there were words with lots of vowels, it was African.
Portrayed this person as barbaric, African from the jungle. But he would beat people to a pulp.
Yes.
But the day I knew this thing in Nive Meisha is when Undertaker beat Kamala and put him in a coffin. That's when nilijua hivyo.
Unajua no. Sasa
I cried.
Wao jamaa waliua Undertaker bwana.
Haku Undertaker aliua Kamala. Alimtandika akamweka kwa coffin na akanail hiyo coffin. And then the coffin, there's this guy who was his the guy he was his assistant, mortician guy, wheels the guy away in that coffin, and I was like, what? They have killed Kamala. But funny thing is, next week Kamala would come again and then fight, and then I would be like, well, you didn't die. Anyway, that was that. Tupatie methali yetu City. Leo tunamalizia Libya. Shukran. Libya wansemaje?
Leo
wana mpango gani na sisi? Leo magazeti zimekuja heavily.
In the house of a man to be hanged,
yes,
don't talk about rope.
Yeah, that is just PTSD. Mtu ambaye ako karibu kunyongwa, someone who's about to be hanged,
bwana we,
do not mention a rope or don't talk about ropes.
Kuanga tu wajua kamba bwana, wajua
yeah. You know, in our African setting, by the way, we know what to say at what point and what not to say and why.
Tunaitaga decorum, brother. Okay? And what to say in the presence of certain people and what not to say in the presence of certain people. To understand it,
yes,
just look at how it is in the African tradition. In-laws are respected.
Yes. True story.
Across the board. Hakuna mahali utaenda mashemeji hawaheshimiwi.
Ni kweli.
They are really and truly respected.
Even my ex-parent, ex-in-laws, I still call them mom and dad.
Yes.
Sababu ile heshima ilido.
Yes, yes. After all, unajua uhusiano, and once you have children, hakuna mahali uhusiano inaenda.
Ni kweli.
You cast in concrete. Yes. So it sometimes pains me when I watch some of those traditions fading away as we imitate some really decadent Western traditions in the way who should, what to say, when to say it, the fundamental aspect of respect, children talking back at their parents, not talking with their parents.
Back at.
So having a full-fledged argument, you know, personally, I cannot envision it.
Yeah.
My children are adults. And we're having an argument. I can't envision it.
Yeah.
If there's a disagreement, I'll keep quiet. I'll let the person speak. But we're not going to
Yeah.
When we get to a point where there's a misunderstanding, now I will actually be absolutely silent and say, why don't we revisit this thing later?
Yeah.
When we are calmer.
Yeah.
Yes.
When we have a clear mind.
But to exchange.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense. Well, me, I employ that tact with everyone. Not just my parents or children for that matter. Whenever I realize this conversation is not going anywhere, me, I either look at you and agree with you, or I just keep quiet completely. Then later on, I revisit the conversation and I ask you, City, in the morning you were telling me that my nose is a bit lopsided. What exactly did you mean?
Yes, whose nose were you comparing my nose with?
Because I've looked at the mirror several times and it's
the same nose I've had all along.
Yeah. Maybe you can what did you mean?
Okay, let's start with you. When you woke up, City, did you look at your nose in the mirror?
Yeah.
What did you see?
So hivyo ndivyo nina approaching vitu mimi.
If you're unhappy with your nose, why do you then talk about my nose?
Yeah. Roho safi.
You know, you cannot underestimate the effects of just basic decency and courtesy.
Right. And emotional intelligence.
It goes a long way. You know, yesterday we were talking about intelligence. And I asked our guest if he could just define it for us. He did a fairly good job. But the thing about intelligence that comes to the fore is self-awareness.
Yes.
When you find somebody who thinks of themselves a lot more highly than they ought to, meaning when they speak authoritatively about everything and anything.
Yes,
and you get the impression that they're trying to tell you that they invented all these things they're talking about. And that beyond them, there aren't really many people who know more than they do. That's an absence of self-awareness.
Actually, you when you're exposed to a new environment, unakujaga kurealize better you don't know everything.
Bro, that's the thing that education does for you better than anything else.
Nilienda Nairobi school. That was the first time I went to a boarding school. And bro, I met everyone from everywhere. Watu wa Garissa nilipatana nao pale.
No, everywhere, literally.
Watu wa Kisumu tulikuanga nao pale. and I started seeing things differently. There's a time I would say this and then it would be the law. Okay, not the law, but it would be, the ultimate truth.
It would be your law, yes.
And then I discovered, my friend, there are very many truths out there. And there can be more than one truth about a certain a certain thing or perspective. Kila mtu akona perspective yake. Na nikaingia university, then I realized, it's even worse.
Now there you really find a mixture of people from everywhere.
Nikaanza kuona a multiverse of perspectives.
And then you also realize that the people that you are aligned to and with don't necessarily come from your backyard.
Yeah. Then I got into a space called dating and relationships. Then I realized, my friend, vitu nilikuwa ninaambiangwa na baba yangu nikaanza kuziona. Unajua kuna vitu babaka anakuambianga ile siku utapata demu utajua.
Utapuza. Unapuza.
Unapata demu unaanza kusema, kumbe ni hivi. Hivi ndivyo kuna kuanga. Then nikapata watoto. Nikaanza kuona
your life changed completely.
Oh my goodness. Kumbe vitu nilikuwa naambiwa na wazazi wangu sasa ninaziona kwa watoto wangu. So yeah. Emotional intelligence is something you develop over time, my friend.
You do. But you need to at least have this journey of self-awareness.
Oh yes.
So that you see yourself clearly. The thing about self-awareness is when you're self-aware, it is almost impossible for someone to insult you.
Yeah, true. You're very right.
When they tell you something that should be insulting, what you'll find yourself doing is you'll be analyzing what they've said as opposed to getting upset. You say, and in your head you'll say, actually, this guy is right. And this person has a point, yes.
I can't even remember the last time I got really angry at someone to the point of wanting to confront them, fight them. But that would happen some 20, 30 years ago. That was very normal. Now someone says something and then you're asking.
You pause.
Yeah. Hata unasema mtu amenikasirikia lakini si mekasirikia.
Yes, hii shida si yangu.
This person is angry at something else, not me.
They came here angry and I happen to be the nearest person they can direct their anger towards.
Yeah, this is not mine. Anyway, shout outs to Luis Rudasingo amesema good morning. Ombati Steven, good morning movie and CT. Tevin Namani amesema good morning CT and movie. John Mutua Qatar niko tuned in. Julius Mashemerere. Wacha tuseme Julius. Julius amesema habari za asubuhi mapema maze. Lakins amesema Hulk Hogan. Yes, that girl was called Hulk Hogan. That fighter. Wareso.
The guy with the white beard.
Lakins amesema then there was Shawn Michaels and Hulk Hogan. I think I'm either talking to millennials or I'm talking to your age group.
Do not worry. You are talking to people who used to watch wrestling.
Alando amesema good morning guys. I believe movie is talking about Hulk Hogan. Yes, that's the guy. Then Mohammed Gedi anasema good morning. Alando amesema Hulk's beef was with the Ultimate Warrior. Hey guys, Reso nimewakumbusha. Lakins ama ni Lukins amesema good morning from Utawala. Well, good morning guys. Welcome to Radio Generation. Let's get into this thing we call rgk.co.ke. All 7 bodies recovered from Mount Ololokwe helicopter crash. Yeah, very sad indeed. People died in this terrible accident. All 7 people killed in Wednesday's helicopter crash near Mount Ololokwe in Samburu County have been recovered, bringing the search and recovery operation at the remote crash site to an end. A multi-agency team recovered the final 3 bodies on Thursday after 4 others had been retrieved from the wreckage shortly after the helicopter went down at Shabashi Hills near Mount Ololokwe. Police officers, Kenya Red Cross personnel and members of Loisaba Conservancy returned to the crash site early Thursday to complete the recovery exercise. They said that the bodies were taken to Lee Funeral Home. Hey bana, the intelligence chief died with his wife. Then there were other folks from the US on that flight that also died. This was really sad. It was really sad, but anyway. Wanasemanga njia ndio hiyo, inategemea tu ni njia gani wa utafuata kufika the same destination. KNH struggles with rising patient numbers amid county health strike. Okay. This is on health and wellness. Bwana sufungwe. Imefunguka. Patients seeking medical care at county hospitals have increasingly turned to Kenyatta National Hospital as an ongoing nurses' strike disrupts services in several parts of the county or the country, leaving the national referral facility dealing with a heavier workload. CEO Dr. Richard Lesiempe said the hospital had seen more patients who will ordinarily receive treatment at county facilities and other hospitals near their homes. The increase has led to congestion and longer waiting periods, particularly among patients coming in for services that are not emergencies. We hapo kidogo wako na nini? Wako na kizungumkuti. 5-day deadline issued over use of IEBC logo or in campaign materials. Ala? What exactly do they mean? Wanaambia watu watoe hizo logo za IEBC. And there I can see billboards all over Nairobi and other parts of the country with IEBC logo. Political players who have placed the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission IEBC logo on campaign posters have 5 days to take down the materials or risk action. The electoral body has warned, and of course IEBC chairperson Erastus Ethekon on Thursday said the commission had raised concerns over the unauthorized appearance of its logo on campaign materials being used by aspirants and other political actors. He said the use of IEBC logo without approval was not allowed and could give the public the wrong impression that the electoral body had approved, backed or endorsed certain candidates. Okay.
Why don't they explain to us what this approval looks like, how you can get it, and how it is you can recognize whatever it is they're speaking of that has been approved as opposed to one which has not been approved? Would this not help?
But I guess the people who've been putting IEBC logos on their material ni wale wamekuwa wakiambia guys register, ongoing registration,
Yes.
which I don't think is a bad thing.
My thinking is simple. IEBC should tell us, because they are saying, but the moment you say it's not approved, it means there are some which are approved. That's what is implied.
Okay.
So tell us
Which ones are and which ones are not.
Start with how do you get this thing to be approved?
Okay.
Tuanze hapo.
How to get approval so that I can have their logo on my poster.
Yes, and then tell me what an approved logo will look like and what an unapproved logo will look like. It's a teaching moment. When they've seen this infraction, it is a time for them to now set the record straight and let us understand what is which and which is what. Yes.
But me, I don't see what this entire hullabaloo is all about. Why? Because number one, majority of the posters, the ones that I've seen anyway, campaign ones, zinasema register. Hakuna mtu ameenda akaweka logo ya IBC akisema vote for me in Matugu constituency, for example. I have been approved by IBC. Hiyo sijaona number one. For example, hapa Coptic Hospital opposite on the other side of the road, ukienda nika unaenda Ngong, kuna a very huge billboard hapo ya Gakuya. Ya James, I think ni
kuna hizo vitu nyingi.
James Gakuya. Na anaambia watu vote. I mean sorry, not vote but register to vote. Go to IBC, ameweka hapo logo ya IBC, register as a voter in your constituency. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Or is it a reporting issue or is it a factual issue? You see, I was responding to what has been stated there. The word approved. And the moment you mentioned it,
yes,
it is as opposed to approved.
Yeah.
N'est-ce pas? Is that not so?
Yes.
Exactly. So, if that then is the case, then it is incumbent upon the IBC to just, as we say, set the record straight.
Yeah.
Yes.
I say, for you to get approval,
or for you to put up a billboard, you cannot. You just come out and explain, note it down, and then tell people, tell the public. Okay, go to vernacular radio stations, go to legacy radio stations or TVs or whatever it is, but let it be known. Let your officers go to talk shows, explain these things.
Yeah.
So that nobody can say they didn't understand. Then after that, then give us the link, because starting with the link, that link you'll be linking yourself.
Yeah.
People want to hear. It is easier for you to tell them, let them hear.
And IBC NUACT does not endorse candidates,
bro.
And I think everyone who is of voting age knows that.
We hence my question, is that a reporting issue or is it?
Kwa sababu kama niko old enough kwenda kupiga kura, sini 18 years old, ni kumaanisha I have some level of understanding of at least the electoral process. So I don't think someone will come and tell me mimi kama Sitimuga for example nimeapprovewa na IBC, lakini yule jamaa yule mwingine hajaapprovewa na IBC. Because at the end of the day, I will have to choose from a set number of names on a ballot box, ballot paper. So anyway, IBC hao ndio wanajua, maybe iko kwa sheria zao. I don't get it, man. But it is what it is. It is what it is. IBC begins 2027 election preparations and sets key deadlines. Ona wamesema no early campaigns. IBC sets May 29 deadline. So what are they saying? Anyway, in terms of the preparations, wamesema the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has formally commenced preparations for the August 10th, 2027 general election, outlining key timelines for voter registration, political party nominations, candidate registration, and campaigns. Wamesema hata natafuta ya campaigns. Ya campaigns ni gani? Yes, no early campaigns ndio hii. Because guys are campaigning, including the president. So I wonder how they will deal with this one. What are they saying about these campaigns, bana? Is it my screen? Oh yeah, here we are. Now, they're saying the race for the 2027 general election is already gathering pace, but politicians and their supporters will have to hold off on formal campaigns until the law allows them to begin. Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has reminded political parties, candidates and their supporters that electioneering before May 29th, 2027 will not be permitted. IEBC chairperson Erastus Ethekon has said the campaign window will open after the commission completes the registration of candidates, but the process cannot begin before May 29th, 2027. Lakini sitini ulize. Bwana, si watu wamekuwa ki-campaign since 2022.
Yes, they have.
So, what is this Ethekon is saying that we shouldn't do this until 29th? Does he live in this country?
When on a subject matter, my thought process doesn't have anything constructive to, I keep quiet. Because I honestly sometimes read, and I also ask myself the same question. What?
I just want to know, Ethekon lives here in this country of ours. He lives in Kenya, right? Because I'm sure, najua ofisi yake kwa Anniversary Towers. But does he live here?
Move on, my brother.
Oh my goodness. Wacha tuingie kwa hiki tunaitwa traffic updates so that I can tell you whether we are stuck or we are moving. Whether you are stuck or whether you are moving. Here we go.
Traffic.
All right, looking at Ngong Road right now, it's not looking bad, by the way. Things are moving quite well. Here in the entire stretch all the way from Lenana School getting into the CBD, sioni shida hata moja. And then also hizi sehemu za kina Lavington, hiyo barabara ya hii barabara gani sasa hii? Yes. Sehemu hizo zote za kina Lavington, Kileleshwa, those roads are looking good. No complaints whatsoever. There's that notorious road known as Thika Superhighway. Am I reading the right map? This map is backdated to like 20 years ago. There's absolutely no traffic on that Muthaiga Pangani area. Munasonga vizuri tena sana. Ama ni sanga? Si ni 6:33. Sikaida tunasomanga traffic hapa hivi.
We would actually be able to understand what we're dealing with is if we were looking at traffic say an hour from now.
I'm tempted actually to just check that traffic at around maybe let's say 7:30.
Yes, because at this hour, even yesterday, the story was not different. The day before yesterday, the story was not any different.
True story, man. Yes. This place is absolutely free. Barabara zote ziko fiti sasa. But of course, we are reminded shule zijafunguliwa bado. Shule zinafunguliwa what? Monday, right? I think it's Monday, Tuesday, thereabout. This coming week, basically. And I'm sure the situation will change. But nonetheless, Thika Road, Mombasa Road, Wayaki Way, hizo barabara zote ziko sawa. Mombasa, pia, Mombasa County, that is kule Mzimle, kule Mpeketoni, wapi, Changamwe. Nyinyi mnasonga vyema. Sioni chochote ambacho kinafanya nini? Kinawazuia. Lakini ukiona kitu, si uniambie.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Standard paper front page says on your own. What do they mean? The institutions and people charged with protecting Kenyans have left them to their own devices. The National Police Service, DCI, Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecutions, IPOA, NCIC, and Parliament have watched political violence spread from rallies to by-elections and even churches, with deaths, injuries, and destruction piling up while accountability remains elusive. Even the church seems unable to handle the situation. Kenyans are in calling for the politicians to behave and for the Inspector General of Police to quit, but that seems about. Okay, there was a typo there. Kenyans are calling for the politicians. Yes, there's a word there in that shouldn't be there. So Kenyans are asking, or rather are calling for the politicians to behave and for the Inspector General of Police to quit, but that seems about it. This story is on page 2 and 3. Palivo kuna director of DCI, Mr. Amin. We have Speaker Wetangula, and then we have NCSC Chair Reverend Wamai. This one, my friend, is going to be cray-cray. Anyway, they are saying probe on the chopper crash that killed 6 VIPs. The VIP helicopter crash that killed Ecuador's intelligence chief, Michelle Sensi Kontugi, his wife, 4 Americans, and the pilot has put Kenya's high-end tourism flights under scrutiny. Thrills and chills as season starts. The English Premier League City is kicking off today.
We have such a league.
English Premier League.
Oh, I thought you said Kenyan.
No. Even Kenya Premier League, we have that one. Yeah. But EPL.
Okay.
You know it's big, eh?
It's huge.
It's huge. Inaanza leo. A lot has changed. People have moved from their clubs. Others have been hired by the same clubs. Coaches have moved. Even in the EPL, I told you, about 7 of them have moved, and 7 new have come in. It's crazy, man. Hii season sijui itakuwaje, and I cannot wait. Kwanza leo msinipigie simu, sitashika. Sawa. Yeah, that's what you have on the Standard newspaper. Then Daily Nation front page wanasema aje, niwaambie. Marked man, police chief faces mounting pressure to quit over rising crime and goon culture. Under siege, opposition leaders, activists and clerics pile pressure on police chief Douglas Kanja to quit over goon attack. Dozier, intelligence report reveals at least 500 goons were deployed to cause violence in Homa Bay last Sunday. Power struggle, conflict between Kanja and police commission reportedly threatens national security.
Oh.
Your story iko page 4, 6, 7 and 8. Crackdown. Police boss orders interdiction of all officers on duty at a station if a suspect dies in custody. Okay. Final moments of chopper that crashed, killing 7. Michelle Sensi Kontugi Pale, Stephanie Holihan, the wife, Jose Alberto Suarez, Captain Josh Outram, Roger Edward Duarte, Henry Para, and Adam Martin Laverty. These are the folks that lost their lives on that fateful flight. Captain Josh Outram was the pilot of that ill-fated flight. In Daily Nation front page. And then lastly, Nairobian hapa inasema hivi: Sharon's ghost, from romance to reckoning. Justice, then the bill. A promise of a house, a car, and millions of shillings has survived 8 years of grief, a murder trial, and now a conviction. As Zakaria Obado prepares to face sentencing, Sharon Otieno's parents are demanding that the promises allegedly made to their daughter be honored, even as they struggle to raise her 3 children and live with the financial and emotional scars of her murder. This story is on page 4 and 5. Elvis Opio, family defies Luo burial traditions after acid case. His death opened an unexpected battle over what should happen after the demise. Traditionally, a cleansing ritual is demanded by Luo elders in the matter of suicide, but his family is deep in Christianity. A culture standoff is looming over who gets to decide how the former NIS employee is laid to rest. This story is on page 7. What does the Luo culture say, Sitia? Would you be knowing what it says about people who've died from suicide?
You are buried. Yes.
But is there like what is this cleansing they're talking about?
Depends on where it is the person comes from. In my neck of the woods, you would simply be buried. There are some Luo traditions that have been overtaken by time, because essentially what is suggested that when somebody kills themselves, there are some evil spirits afoot. So those involved in the cleansing process are ensuring that those evil spirits do not follow other members of the family. That's what cleansing is all about. So once the cleansing has been done, then the person, there's a safety in burying the person.
Okay.
It's the other, if somebody has died and they are said to be buried, for instance, and the car they're traveling has an accident, the interpretation, if you follow that custom, would be that person doesn't wish to be buried.
Okay. So they want to stay above ground.
So there'll be a lot of hesitation about whether this person should be buried. Now, a lot of myths and misconceptions always surround the issues of death. Why people should be buried. If you go into any tradition and look at the history, what you'll find amazing is how it is people actually buried. Now, in Kenya, we have communities where people are buried sitting.
Yes.
In the olden times, a man had his hut. Well, if you're polygamous, every wife had their own hut. When this person died, they were buried bang in the middle of that house. And since these were houses made of wattle or made of cow dung, mud, and then grass, once the person was buried, over time, that house, nature would take its course. That house would collapse, and there'd be a remnant, and you say the person was buried there, but that would just be it.
Wait, they would be left in that house without necessarily being buried in a hut?
You would be buried inside the hut.
Oh, okay.
Inside the hut. It was your house. It's your resting place. That's where you're buried. What was bizarre about it was that the widows or widow would have a vigil overnight next to this particular body. There are those who say that's the height of trauma. There are those who say that is how, if I'm using terms that are used in modern psychology, that is how you come to terms with the death, okay? And you can then have your peace as a result of that. So these are traditions that over time, as I said, the Christian faith has overtaken. So when someone dies, so they've been prayed for. That cleansing process, as far as they're concerned, is done.
In our community in Kamba, as far as I know anyway, the what I've witnessed is that you pass on the day of burial. You'll be taken to the mortuary, spend the time there until we're ready to bury you. But on the day of the burial, you have got to be taken into your house. Or in the case of a child, they're taken into the parents' house because that's where they used to live. So they're taken into their house. Then people pray. They view your body in the house. Then after that, now you're taken now either to the church or the burial ground, now where the other ceremony takes place. Then eventually you're buried. But lazima upelekwe wapi? Kwa nyumba.
This happens even now. You see, people aren't buried in the middle of their houses, but they spend the night in their house. That they do.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Sometimes they are put on the side of the house. That often is for purpose of viewing. You tell me, have you ever understood what it is that is so pertinent about the process of viewing? Why do you view dead bodies?
For closure. You know that when depending on where that person passed away, chances are you never got to see them. And the larger family hasn't gotten the chance to see them. So the person dies, whether it was in hospital, and they're taken to the mortuary immediately, to the morgue. So that person hajaonekana na wale wengine. So how do you bury that person na hamjamwambia kwaheri? So people come and confirm, enyeni huyu nimemuona na nimeconfirm ya kwamba alienda. So that is the purpose of viewing the body. Closure. Bedbug menace springs up in public transport and homes. A viral video shows bedbugs crawling from seats, forcing passengers to alight. Yeah, you know, mimi ndio maana stories za matatu anga nimeziogopa.
Kwa nini?
Bedbugs bro. Kunguni. Nenda pale umeketi, kanaingia kwa jacket, kanaingia kwa jeans, kanaingia kwa whatever it is that umevaa. And you take that thing home. And then you sit on your couch. then you're spreading it all over your couch because it gets there, then it realizes, new grounds, let us explore. Just like Christopher Columbus, inatoka inaingia kwa kiti yako, and then you know these things, by they are hermaphrodites. They just lay eggs, they self-fertilize, they lay eggs, and then they just propagate. In another few weeks, bwana, unaketi hivi kwa kiti yako unashanga ini nini na nyuma, kumbe ulitoa bedbugs kwa basi fulani ulienda nayo Mombasa huko. Kuna wakati niliingia SGR nikaona mende. I was like, oh no. Mende. Kasema sasa kama kuna mende hapa sembuse. Anyway, I hope they usually fumigate those things, eh? Yes, that's what you have on the Nairobi, and you can check that on the front page. Janet Oko, boarding schools are no longer sustainable. That story is on page 13. Inside Kenyan homes, parents struggle to pull kids from Roblox. I've never understood this game. Anyway, it's on page 22. All right, City, over to you.
I'm looking at the Business Daily. And there's a quotation here by Jaindi Kisero. We should not be startled that SHA has attracted its share of criticism, nor treat every complaint as proof that the program is failing. In Intelligence, there's a column that has been written by Jaindi Kisero today. Yeah?
Okay.
Then in the Boss Talk, it's about Sidney Wafula, the CEO of BAT Kenya. Kenya seeks to unlock 151.2 billion World Bank funding. Kenya hoping to unlock up to 151 billion from the World Bank in the current fiscal year, as the multilateral lender remains the country's primary source of external financing. Bond value at NSE fall as interest rates rise. Bond prices in the secondary market at the Nairobi Browse have come down compared to a year ago as interest rates rise in the wake of the war in Iran. Back in the middle of the paper, there's a picture of individuals who were looking through the wreckage of the helicopter. Recovery teams at the scene where a helicopter flying tourists crashed in Samburu on Wednesday morning. 7 people died in the crash, including Ecuador's intelligence chief, Michel Sensi Kontugi, and his wife, Stephanie Holihan Yaeza. The full story is on page 2 of this particular paper. Bang in the middle of this paper, cheaper deposits boost bank profits. Okay, a drop in deposit costs and the lower loan default propel stronger banks' profits in the first half of 2026, offering a continued boost after a period of expensive funding, and elevated credit rates. You know, this, some claim, is a true picture of what's happening in the country. It's a true picture of what's happening in some part of the country and in a portion of certain people's lives.
Yeah.
It does not represent the overall situation that we have in this country. For many people, this is not aspirational. It is wildly aspirational because they cannot imagine how it is that on the one hand we talk about dire straits within the banking sector, dire straits within the economy, and then in the same breath we talk about these profits. I just want to mention something that perhaps we should take note of, since we've been talking about this helicopter crash.
Yes.
We've had these helicopter crashes in Kenya, the notable crashes. There have been many, but the notable ones, notable meaning they were dramatic in the sense that many people died.
Yes.
Okay. We had April 1992, there was a helicopter crash in Kaloleni. It killed 46 people in Kenya. Okay.
In 19 what?
1992.
Helicopter moja ama ni ndege?
Helicopter. Not ndege, I'm talking about helicopter crashes.
Iko watu 42?
46.
46?
Yes, I'm talking about a helicopter crash.
Was it carrying 46 people?
It was a military helicopter.
Okay, was it carrying 46 soldiers?
Yes. There are helicopters that carry many people. They are huge helicopters for passengers.
46?
Yes, 46. That's what I'm saying. It's notable. On 10th June 2012, in the Ngong Hills area, this one was known, a known Kenyan police helicopter crash, killing 6 people, including cabinet ministers Joyce Satotu and Joshua Orua Ojode. That one people remember.
That one I remember.
Okay, in June 13, 2020, Meru County, an Augusta AW119 helicopter crash near Meru with 2 crew and 4 passengers on board. In June 2021, near Nairobi, a military helicopter crashed while landing, killing at least 10 soldiers. On April 18th, 2024, Elgeyo Marakwet, a Kenya Air Force helicopter crashed during an operation, killing General Francis Omondi Ogola and 9 other KDF officers, the 2 survivors. Okay? On February 2026, Nandi County.
Wait, the Ogola one had survivors?
Yes, it had 2.
Oh.
You never saw the clip of that particular crash, did you? It went up and then came down. Okay. February 2026, Nandi County, helicopter crashed. 6 people died, including a member of parliament. This is where Murwa,
Dikir,
member of parliament, died. This was that particular crash. And then now, the one we're talking about, the 2026 Samburu Mount Olokwe. Yes, area. A safari helicopter crash killed 7 people, including tourists and the pilot. Okay? Yes. So, these things will be investigated and reports will be written. And there'll be documentation as to what could possibly have gone wrong. This particular accident, they say, they wanted to see this particular mountain. It's a unique mountain. It's unique. It's like it's a table formation, and it's reddish brown. It's actually
it's a block mountain.
Yes, but it's fascinating to watch.
Yeah.
Okay. And it appears that they were wanazunguka wakiangalia, and they'd already come from a conservancy, and they'd been dropped at the side of the helicopter by another plane. So they were touring. They wanted to see some of these wonders.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'm still stuck on that one that killed 46 folks, man.
Well, I haven't talked about plane crashes.
Yeah.
That is a story for another day. Yes.
46 people in one chopper. Hiyo siwezi panda. Nitaona hivi mnasema ati panda hapa tuende, na waambia ndakuja na matatu. Ndakuja na basi.
Ndakuja na SGR.
Kisi pandi.
Wewe na mende.
Mimi na mende. I'd rather deal with the kunguni than 46 folks in one chopper, man. I know there are these choppers that have got dual blades, propellers, yes, on the front and the back. That one I know of. But hizo zinabebanga watu wengi sana hivyo. But anyway, those ones are really strong and they even carry heavy loads. But that was cray.
You know, when you talk about kunguni, there was a song by a band called Jamhuri Jazz Band. They called it Nangoja Nini Duniani. Okay. People know it by the term Shingo la Upanga. Nangoja Nini Duniani. That's how it starts. Now, these are songs that one heard when one was young.
Yes.
So one is still reminded of them.
Okay.
But part of it, he goes into the song slows down. He's talking about the house. And he's talking about the misery of that house. And one of the things he says, Kungudu wameja, wananingojea mimi. Yes. That was a sign of poverty.
Yes.
Meaning, the Kunguni share whatever he eats, and when they finish it, they're waiting for him.
Right.
Anyway, that was the song.
I don't know if I heard this story or someone was giving that story to us here, that they were saying that when you go to these remands, like a place like, let's say, Inda, huko, there's certain amounts of money you pay to sleep on certain mattresses. And if you do not pay, utajipata ukilala kwa floor. Then for X amount of money, unapatiwa mattress lakini yuko na kunguni. And then for X amount of money, you're given a brand new mattress that has got 0 kunguni.
Like the one to say in
hiyo stories juu nilikuwa naiona wapi?
I've heard that story before myself.
Yes.
Now, the people are dramatic tells me that there are certain cells. You'll see a black patch on the wall.
Yes.
And it's just bed bugs waiting for you to settle down.
Then now they come to you.
And
that is their assembly.
Yeah, and you're thinking, but surely, can they be fumigated? Can they be killed? The horror stories of our cells. There are those who argue that you're better off being taken to prison than being put in remand.
Yeah, because prison is a bit... People are well taken care of in a prison.
Yes,
they even have food.
You have regular food. Remand. Remand.
Bwana unajipanga. Unajipanga.
They are horror stories.
Yeah. I remember Joey, the infamous Joey, when he was released. Remember that time period when he was still out on bail, waiting for his case to be sorted out, to be listened to and concluded. He said that the one thing that he remembers while being in prison is that it doesn't matter who you are, for how long you have stayed in that prison. Whenever you get a visitor, it's only for 30 minutes maximum. It doesn't matter whether that person who's visiting you has come from the US or has literally come from
around the corner.
30 minutes is the only time you have with that person. And I was like, what? I can't imagine seeing my loved one, whether it's my dad, my mom, my kids, wife, for 30 minutes.
What you need to spend time thinking of is what you shouldn't do that could land you there.
Exactly. So when you're in prison, you spend most of your time pondering on that mistake you did, or that crime, or that offense.
You have ample time.
Unajuliza yani, did I really have to?
People who were put in detention, there are stories of people like Ngugi wa Thiong'o who would write on toilet paper. The toilet paper that was provided for in the prisons was something that you could write on easily. Okay? It was more like tracing paper than what you know to be toilet paper.
Yes.
So very many people,
inmates,
would use that even to write letters. But detainees were treated better than those who were in prison.
Yeah.
Because you're just detained, you're put somewhere else. Again, stories abound of how it is if you have the money. You can even order what it is you want to eat.
Umesema stories are money. Of course, in prison, if you have money, then you're good. I'm looking at the Pulse pullout of the Standard paper here, and it says, "Rich yet needy. Celebs stand to begging while flaunting wealth." This story is on page 6 to 7. I don't want to mention names, but there's a young lady, just the other day, who flaunted this amounts of money. Akasema manze niko na do, nafanyanga hivi na hivi. I make I don't know how much money per day.
Right.
Of course, she was responding to these so-called haters. You know, online you will always find haters. Those who come and tell you, "Siti wewe utoshi mboga," or "You don't know, wewe ni useless."
Why would I want to be visible in such a forum?
Then there are people who do this, City.
They enjoy it, so they stay there. And you please continue the story.
So in response, this person comes and tells you, "Kwendeni uko nyamazeni, nyata hamuna kakitu, mimi natengenezanga $500,000 on a daily."
$500,000 on a daily?
Daily.
Right.
Then she was visited by a tragedy. Someone in her family died, and she went online and in the usual Kenyan fashion akeka pay bill number, akasema seni saidieni, kuna hii mazishi that needs funding. My friend,
where
people came and reminded her, "See, I thought you told us you make $500,000 on a daily."
The $500,000 was finished for that day.
You told us the way we are stupid, we are this, we are that, we are that.
Did she actually tell people they were stupid?
What I'm trying to say is, of course I'm paraphrasing here, but unajua kuna venye wakati wa kujigamba, kuna venye unaongea vibaya, unaambia watu vitu zenye ziko unpalatable, you get. Then when you actually need them, they come and they remind you that, "My friend, but I thought you told us that you're rich. I thought you told us that this is the amount of money you make in a day." Kwani, what happened? But I've seen a lot of celebs fall into this particular situation whereby every day you're drinking these expensive drinks, and of course you're posting them on social media. You know, bottles that cost up to even 20,000 a piece. Unasema leo tunakunywa hii, sijui ni label gani, blue label, red label, black label. This one is imported, this one is Irish, this one is Scotch, this one is single malt. This is King Louis the 13th. This one is... So people flaunt all these things until tragedy strikes, and then you forget that you have been showing guys bottles worth 20,000.
Those are two completely different things. One, we're in the realm of fake it until you make it.
Bas, okay? Sasa hapo ndio.
Yeah, then there's the other ones.
The reality.
Hardcore.
Like you see that bottle of King Louis, it's a cognac, yeah? It's a very special old pale cognac, and it costs one bottle of a King Louis, whatever the cheapest you can get is about 50K. There are people who will even have the one that costs up to 250,000, and in very rare...
How many liters is this 250,000?
700 ml. It's not even 750 ml, because kawaida mzingi inakuanga 750 ml, and then there's a 1 liter.
You're a connoisseur of these things. Explain to me. This thing, it has what? And when you drink it, what happens to you?
It's just, you know, there's... When it comes to this, but especially for the cognacs, we have the very special...
Old pale.
Then there's a very special old pale. Yes. Then there's just the old pale. So it depends. So when you see someone with a VSOP, huyo ni mtu namfanyia bossy.
Why?
You know?
Because he's able to spend money.
Because those kind of bottles are very expensive. Because they've been aged for a very long time. They've probably been aged in premium old casks and so on and so forth. They have got this special blend. They have been made in that place called Cognac in France, imported. Kuna tu drama mingi hapo. It's an artistic connotation. But at the end of the day, City, kuna hiyo bottle nimekuambia costs 250,000 Kenya shillings. You will find it in some clubs in Kenya, but there's the one that costs $500,000. Now hiyo kuna select places you will actually find it. Na unapata mtu anakuwekea na kwambia yo it's a Friday tunajibamba na hii, then kesho kutu anawaekea pay bill. Sasa hapo ndio kuna kwanga na kizungumkuti. Watu wanafaa kukumbuka ya kwamba it's a fake it till you make it kind of lifestyle. Let's get into
people, and there are people who get involved in this and they think it's a good thing. I see. So when they do that, they should pray that their relatives don't die.
Kitu kama hiyo.
Or fall sick.
Kitu kama hiyo.
They need a haram.
Just ensure that you have good insurance and you will never need to ask people for money.
But it makes sense. If I've spent 500,000 shillings on VSOP or OP or XO, surely then I will not have money, will I?
No, you will not.
So,
or rather, at least you should be having. By the time you're drinking such a drink,
Paul, you haven't come across people you drink with today, and in the morning they've sent you an SMS.
Yeah,
bro,
nitumie 200 ndakurudishia Monday.
Kuna kitu imeenda XYZ.
Wako city wako.
And the night before, Baba Plenty was spending.
Yeah, I don't respond to such messages. Yeah. Mahali ulitoa pesa ya jana usiku. Hapo tu ndio utaenda utoe. Let's get into the news with Dahira.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I am Dahira Ahmed. Preparations for Kenya's 2027 general election have officially entered a new phase, with the IEBC releasing key timelines ahead of the August 10th poll. IEBC chairperson Erastus Edunge Thokon says that the election period formally commenced following the publication of a gazette notice bringing into force the Electoral Code of Conduct and the Election Offences Act. The Commission says voter registration remains a key priority, with 2.9 million Kenyans having registered as voters as of yesterday. Religious leaders are raising concerns over the conduct of police officers as political tensions rise ahead of the 2027 general election. The Church Association of Kenya has called for the resignation of Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja, accusing the police of failing to contain political goonism. The clergy says the violence witnessed in Homa Bay on Sunday could be a warning of worse incidents if political intolerance, hate speech and partisan policing continue.
We condemn the ugly situations that took place on Sunday in Homa Bay County and further urge the National Cohesion and Integration Commission to take decisive action on politicians from both divides, propagating hate speech according to their mandate as given by the Constitution, and we want to tell them they have our support.
The political battle over allegations of violence in Kenya has taken a new turn, with National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah backing calls for an international criminal court investigation. Ichung'wah says an ICC probe would help establish those behind the reported violence and hold them accountable. He has, however, accused opposition leaders of sponsoring goons and violence before blaming the government.
So let us also not be hypocrites. And I want to tell our brothers and our sisters in the opposition, I want to join them in welcoming ICC to come and investigate that matter of goonism. Because you are planning goonism, then you point fingers at others. Ukiuliza Moses Kuria wenye walikuwa Olkalau, Korea Dhoni ndio gagabute. Kenya ni nchi ya vyama mingi, na kila mtu ako na uhuru wa kujiunga na kile chama anataka. Kwa hivyo tusiwe na wengine wanataka kutumia fujo na vitisho.
Elsewhere, Elders Member of Parliament Adan Keynan is calling for stronger action against political violence, warning that insecurity could undermine Kenya's economic growth and international reputation. Keynan has urged Kenyans to uphold the rule of law and reject violence, saying insecurity is hurting the tourism sector and discouraging investors. He has also called for the arrest and prosecution of all those involved in violence, regardless of their status.
Fidelity to the rule of law and constitutionalism is not a sign of cowardice. Mr. Speaker, what puts us together under this flag that defines the very borders of this sovereign republic is adherence to the rule of law. Goonism, violence, has no place in a modern day Kenya, and we must all stand to be counted and say no to this. We are destroying our tourism sector.
And at least 46 people have died after a boat carrying more than 70 passengers capsized in northwestern Nigeria's Sokoto state. Police say most of those on board were children. 16 people have been rescued, while 15 others remain missing as the search operation continues. Police spokesperson Ahmad Rufai says 46 people have so far been recovered near Gorau in Goroni. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I am Dahira Ahmed.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Munga Lambuvi, and this is the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. A big shout out to Alando. Alando amesema Hulk's beef was with the ultimate way ayo nilisoma. Nuru amesema, I wonder why when an accident involves a Kenyan high flyer, we cause so much hullabaloo. 7 people have died quietly. Okay. Have they died quietly?
No, actually no. This thing has been in the news, and it has continued to be in the news, and it's actually gathering headlines. Oh no, there's nothing quiet about this one. No,
it has been talked about so many times. Yeah. Okay. President anasema the helicopter crash was no ordinary crash. They were all of Ecuadorian descent. Something is fishy. If you know, you know. Is it because the intelligence chief was on that flight?
Sasa hawa
conspiracy theory, eh?
Sasa ameanza kusema hii mambo ambao watu wanaenda kupenda kusema kwa social media. How do you know they're all Ecuadorian?
Okay.
Wewe mtu anaamka tu asubuhi anaanza kutamka mambo yake. Tell us how you know. If you're going to the Ecuadorian, give us specifics. So and so comes from this part of Ecuador. So and so, then we say yes. It makes sense. But just a blanket statement, and that's the end of the story.
Yeah.
No.
I think I heard in the news somewhere that some of them were Americans.
I also heard in the news.
Or are they American Ecuadorians?
Bro, if somebody wants to start us on that line of conversation, please just furnish us with the evidence so that we understand what you're saying. It may be something we don't know and you'll inform us.
Okay.
Yes.
Boaz Biot amesema, good morning City and Movie, been a minute. But they haven't seen Boaz in a while.
Yes, alienda wapi?
And I think there's another guy called, was it Perez or someone? Anyway, karibu Boaz.
Welcome you back. Thank you.
Nuru amesema, I thought I had most of the victims were Americans. Yeah, me too. I think I had like 5 of them were Americans or something.
You know this zone that you inhabit called social media, and there are people who just make up things and just state them as facts, and life continues.
Maybe kuna kitu amejua tujui.
Hapana.
Ndio maana nimeuliza, could they be American Ecuadorians?
May have refused to accept that statement. You make such a statement, tell us, give detail. There were 6 people. Okay. Including the pilot. Pilot Kenyan. Go into details. Which part of Kenya does he come from?
Yeah.
These Ecuadorians, huyu alikuwa natoka province X, huyu alikuwa natoka province Y. This is an American, but origin zake namna hiyo. Otherwise, please don't.
Aya, Mohamed Murunga anasema, all over the world air crashes are not taken lightly. This is why air travel is considered the safest means of transport. Very true. Titus Gashuhi anasema, City, please confirm the details of the 1992 Kaloleni crash. What was in the news was a Buffalo aircraft. Buffalo ni ile kubwa ile inabebanga.
It's a transporter. Yes.
Kile kikubwa kile tunaitanga tunaitanga jumbo jet.
Bro, it is a buffalo. Yes, I will confirm.
Okay. Then good morning my neighbors, that is Kitungu. Well, good morning to you too. Louise amesema Mbuvi ask City what he thinks about being employed by an Indian employer. Do you think it's slavery? Why would it be slavery?
Why don't I pose the question, ask him, what do I think of people who seek employment and who happen to have as their employer somebody whose origin is Asian? That's what you're asking him, isn't it? Yes. I wouldn't know.
Why? You've never worked for an Indian?
No, I have not worked for an Indian. I've worked for entities that are owned by Kenyans whose origins happen to be Asians. I have worked, 2 of them I have worked.
Have you worked for Chinese?
No.
I actually have worked for Chinese people. Huawei company, the phone company, technology company, worked for them. So you've never worked for an Indian? Bangladesh?
You know,
Pakistan?
The question that person is asking, I understand fully. Okay?
Yes.
And if he hasn't figured it out, I'm not going to answer it the way he would want me to answer it.
However, I know of people who've worked for Kenyan Indians, and what I have had is more or less what this one is saying. And anasema they are, number 1, very strict. Number 2, they have very there are freedoms that you would get in other places that you wouldn't get if you're working for them.
Why don't you go and work in those other places?
Kuna mwingine alikuwa ananiambia kushika simu tu peke yake. Kushika simu ukiwa kwa hiyo workspace, hiyo ngori. There's a locker where you get in and you leave your phone. There's a locker, specific locker, you leave your phone there. This person was working for a textile company. Alikuwa akiingia pale ndani, unaweka simu inafungiwa, hiyo simu unaichukua wakati wa kwenda nyumbani.
Paul, let me ask you this question. This person or these persons, if they do not like the environment which they're working in, why must they work there?
Okay, good question.
No, it's not really that's just it.
Yeah.
This Kenyan tradition and habit and culture of just whining because an opportunity presents itself.
Yes.
People suffer under all sorts of circumstances. Have you asked the young girls who come to work for their fellow, not Africans, tribes people, how it is that they are treated in those homes? They're workers, they're young, some of them are underage even. So, some of them are employed as workers in the farm.
Yes.
If you are talking about the reality of workers and how it is that they are treated, every May the 1st, we have this thing where we are told 15% has been increased. They are even so bold as to tell us, well, that the minimum wage is now. Who adheres to those things? Who?
I don't know, man.
Minimum wage for house help, 15,000 shillings. In this country, there are people who pay the 15,000. They are very few.
Compared to the ones
the majority will pay you 6,000. And they'll say, but you live in this house, you eat in this house, blah, 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 blah. So, the discussion ought to be, how do we relate to the rule of law?
But, City, there's a reason why this person has asked this particular question. I've also heard of people who have been employed by Somali employers. Nasikianga huko mnatandikangwa mijeledi. By mijeledi I mean viboko, nyahunyu and all. I've not seen, but there's a time videos did rounds.
I've refused to profile, Paul.
I know, I get you, and I understand you, and I am totally in agreement with your stand, and it's okay, but I'm just saying what I have heard. Jamaa ameuliza, working for these people, I'm just saying that I have heard also. I have seen videos, especially of the caning of folks. I've heard also of Kikuyus who own supermarkets. Mnafungiangwa ndani, mnasachiwa before kutoka, na kama stock haiambatani na sales, munakulwa mavita pia. And this one I was actually told by someone who received these vibokos.
Let me go back to what I've just said.
Yeah.
We are discussing how it is that we relate to the rule of law.
Yes.
And within the rule of law, we have labor laws.
Yes, we do.
How you should treat workers. And we have labor courts where you can take such complaints. Before you get to the courts, you can go to the labor offices and complain. Those labor officers will actually come to that place of work and determine. So again, we turned our eyes and focus on the labor officers. What do they do?
Okay.
Because if these complaints are there, Okay? You go to the labor office and say this and what. My brother and I once owned a factory. We used to make clothes, uniforms and so forth.
Yes.
And every once in a while, some labor person would come to visit. Because some worker had gone and complained. And we would be called to the offices and we would go.
Okay.
And we'd have a discussion. And they would say, this is what the person has complained about. And we say, this is the record of his employment. The nature of this work, it's something called piecemeal. We pay you per what it is that you produce.
Yes.
We don't just pay you because you've appeared there for the whole day.
Okay.
And this is what he signs. This is what he understood. And these are our rates and they are competitive.
Okay.
The other people who do what we do, check with them. Yes.
But would you agree that sometimes workers or employees, would sign documents that do not favor them? I'm looking for a specific, that are oppressive because they didn't know better.
Yes. That's why, again...
And it shouldn't be allowed to fly just because I signed...
It's not supposed to fly, Paul, because there are laws against it. Again, the discussion should be about our relation to the law.
Yeah.
You see, every time we point fingers at the government and at the opposition and at some of the political bigwigs, and someone says, but you need to point a finger at yourself. I agree fully. It cannot be that such injustice thrives in an environment where people love the law and they adhere to it. It can't.
Yeah.
It thrives because we ourselves, we adhere to the law selectively. When it suits our purpose, we adhere. When it doesn't, we do not adhere.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like in the case I'm talking about of this, there's someone who was working in a lady. She was working in a supermarket in, I think it was in Umoja, if I'm not wrong. And they were selling milk, just kuna kwanga na milk ATM na kuna gas, so it's a supermarket that has got everything. And at the end of the day, the supermarket would be closed at wakati wa kwenda nyumbani, say 9 o'clock. Then stock inachukuliwa. If you are the one manning hapo kwa milk ATM na umeuza 10 liters for example, na ile pesa inaonekana ni ya 5 liters, ile unaonwa from first hand experience. Mtu alisema hivyo. Anyway, then there is Titus amesema city please. Oh no, hiyo tumeshamaliza. Kitungo amesema movie next week, look for this mzee Owodo Owiti. Odoyo, si ndio?
Owidi.
Odoyo Owidi. Tulikuanga naye lakini tutamleta tena. Anthony Omola amesema good morning Mbuvi and CT, enjoying your show from Juja, stay blessed. And last but not least, Mohamed Murunga amesema it sounds ridiculous when government functionaries blame the opposition for goonism. It makes government look lousy and weak.
Why is it that every time we talk of goonism in this country, the government is mentioned, certain political persons are mentioned, certain political parties are mentioned, and others are not? Why?
Okay, ask again. Why is it that when you talk about goonism, who's mentioned and who's not?
The government, certain political parties, certain individuals within political parties.
Very true.
And yet we have over 100 political parties in these countries who are never mentioned.
Yes. For example, would you like us to mention...
Yes, UDA was mentioned in Olkalau, DCP was mentioned in Olkalau, ODM was mentioned in Olkalau, and again the government...
Olkalau? ODM?
Not Olkalau, Homa Bay.
Yes.
Okay? And this thing of this government of one unity, whatever it's called.
Broad-based.
Yeah, that's the one unity I'm talking about.
But yes.
Yes. ODM was mentioned and then individual names were mentioned. Why?
It is because those parties are prominent in those particular areas. Chances are, if you have violence in Kitui County or Machakos, Wiper will be mentioned.
So the prominence is what brings about the violence, is it?
Because maybe they are the most visible as far as the ongoings of that process are concerned.
We had a rally in Bungoma and in Trans Nzoia. Did you hear of any violence?
No, I didn't.
So?
Good question. All right, our guest is in studio. He is the Secretary General of Safina Party. And the conversation... Sorry, come again?
No, that's not enough.
That's not enough?
I'm running for Senate in Nairobi, ndugu yangu.
Joakim sijajua. Pole sana. Wacha nianze. Our guest in studio is not only the Secretary General of Safina Party, but senatorial aspirant in the county of Nairobi. That is Joakim Simiyu. Mheshimiwa, karibu sana.
Thank you very much.
You're well?
Very, very well.
Karibu sana. Always a pleasure to have you here.
Nimekuja mapema kidogo lakini
ni sawa. Umefanya vizuri. Niulize aje? Hii kiti ya useneta umeitaka tangu lini? Because the last time you were here, haukuimeza.
Yeah. I developed interest just the other day. I was looking around to see mwanya, an opportunity. Initially, the first aspiration was to be a member of parliament for Kandui constituency in Bungoma.
Okay.
Because I felt like the one who is there is a little flaccid, is not working well. So later on, two of my very close friends went there.
Yes.
And they started aggressively campaigning. So I looked at it and said, there's no need to go there and
compete with friends.
Yes.
Okay.
So I said, let me go to Westlands.
Okay.
Then my research told me 21 Luyas are vying in Westlands.
Hey.
I said,
including Tim Wanyonyi?
No, Tim Wanyonyi had already left. It is Nelson Harvey, Alex Matere, every other Luya is vying.
Wait, are we saying that Tim is not vying in Westlands?
You don't know?
I'm not aware.
Tim is a governor aspirant in Bungoma.
Okay, now I am informed.
Yes.
Okay.
So after that, I started looking around. Then I looked at my friends in Linda Mwananchi. I see Sifuna is flying and flying. Then I'm like, okay. Then what happens to Senate in Nairobi?
Yes.
Then I introspected, looked at my own capabilities, the duties of a senator.
Yes.
Weighed. Then I said, I am good for it.
Yes, you have presented your CV now.
Yes.
And you are waiting for your employers.
I do not think any Kenyan out there,
yes,
whether in support or against, can doubt my ability to deliver as a senator for Nairobi.
Okay.
Because a Senate is basically being the voice of the people.
Yes.
And I want to be just that. Regardless of who you are in Nairobi, I'll speak on your behalf because it's legislation, oversight, and protection of devolution.
Yes.
And those are my areas that I want to focus in. Even Baba, before he left, he had developed a focus on strengthening of devolution.
Yes.
He was talking about scrapping of CDF and take it back to the counties so that you can enable counties to deliver more than what they are delivering.
Okay.
And that should be the focus that we go.
But is it possible to differ with an opinion that it is said Baba expressed, like that one of
CDF?
Yes. The last people that give more money are the county governments. If they have not been able to manage what they get, why would we give them some more money?
That's the conversation that is actually there.
Yes.
And the need to strengthen devolution more is there. But then again, the trustworthy of the governors is also wanting. They have become the new sheriffs in town, overnight billionaires. I think we should come up with a way of a governor delivering declaring their assets in totality before and after they serve their term in office.
Okay.
Because if you are worth 600 million and after your first term in office you are worth 3 billion, you ought to explain.
Which jackpot you hit?
Yeah. Well, which deal did you close that gave you all this?
There's a gentleman who came to the studio here, Mheshimiwa, called Andrew Ndolo. And there's something he mentioned that stuck in my mind, and that is about the architecture of our country right from the time of independence. We demonstratively accepted that any high office within government was an opportunity for you to enrich yourself.
Yes.
But at that time, one, there was a lot of land which was undeveloped, and the government could actually give you land, just so that you understand. You could seek to buy land, and you could buy, meaning there were very many things that we now don't see. Okay? Again, there were government institutions that could even help you farm that particular land and even produce something which already had a market. There was a complete stream of processes that would enable you to actually benefit. You could grow wheat and grow rich from growing wheat.
Yes.
You could grow maize and actually grow rich, literally. Okay? You could grow pyrethrum, grow rich.
Yes.
There was Agricultural Finance Corporation. Okay? There was ADC farms where you could go. It was like exhibition farms where you could see what it is was done and how it was done. What we know as Calro now, just Kari and then Ilri. These are places you could go to understand about crops. You could go and understand about how to keep livestock. What am I saying? being in government meant you had a steady salary, and usually the government in that time was the best employer, not better.
Yes, the best.
The best employer, because you work for the government, that work came with a house.
Yes, yes.
You could get a loan to buy a car. Government officers, they bought houses, You could, as a government employee. Now, over time, this became difficult. And then we bastardized this entire process when we determined that we were actually going to make it policy to allow civil servants to do business. See? To do business. And yet, if you go up that particular chain and you look at who sits at the top of it and who the account holder is, it's the PS. Now, if you allow the PS to do business, what exactly have you done?
Conflict of interest.
Very true.
Yes. So, we have continued with this vein. So, the time we were coming with devolution, a brilliant idea. Those who end up in those positions, if you look at the track record as to who they actually are, the vast majority, they are very capable people. But somehow this business of being governor seems to confuse them completely, and they change and they become some most horrible people you can ever think of. The focus is on how much they can steal the money that they have actually been given to superintend on behalf of their people. Yes.
And still cry that traditionally we have been on the periphery on the development of the country.
You know, Joachim, the thing that I found fascinating with very many counties, in the days when the municipalities, just the towns or the townships, many of them, the own source revenue during that time still stands was more than what they're able to collect now as a much bigger unit.
It was more then than it is today.
Yes, yes.
Which means their systems are very porous.
You are a polite man.
Their systems are very porous. It's everything is leaking.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Joachim, now that let's assume that we have done our elections next year. We have a new government in place.
Yes.
The one-term people have succeeded.
Yes.
Is Kenya really ready to? And when I say Kenya, I mean the leaders. Do you guys think that you can actually deal with the country as it is? Because number one, people are more woke. Kenyans are more discerning right now. We have all the information on our fingertips. You will not tell us that you will bring the Grammys, and we know very well the Grammys have never left the US and they have never been held.
And that you've paid 300 billion.
Yes, and they can never be held anywhere else on earth other than the US. So you will not tell us, for example, that you will bring Arsenal Football Club
in Bungoma Kandui Stadium
in 3 months, and we know those are things that are negotiated years in advance.
Yes.
So do you think, now you're dealing with those Kenyans,
Yeah.
Even Mama Mboga sahi ni ngumu sana kumdanganya.
Yes. I have said this time without number.
Yes.
That the easiest job we have as the opposition is to win the election.
Okay.
That's our easiest job. Our hardest job
is
to govern the country.
Bas. Sasa hapo ndio tunafaa kuongelelea.
Winning an election is no problem. We have enough numbers to win.
You can whip up the numbers, emotions, whatever it is.
A campaign narrative is the easiest to create.
Okay.
But the governing formula, that's where the rubber meets the road.
Very true.
And I am looking around at people who are saying they want to lead this country, and I just laugh. I have nothing against them. I have tremendous respect for them. But in terms of what they are offering, as an alternative, it's more or less the same as what we are getting.
Explain. With or without mentioning names?
Yeah. Every time you mention how the country will be led, some people feel attacked, even without mentioning them.
Okay.
I think they have sat down and decided and concluded in their own minds that in this area we are not doing very well. So when you mention how this country should be emancipated economically, then you realize that they are always on their defense. But what we have said, it is some people think that Kenya has an economic formula problem. That's not our problem. We have a liquidity problem, fiscal pressure. it doesn't matter what formula you come up with. I saw Dede Nyoro the other day talking about reducing NSSF by 50%.
And NSSF contributions.
Yes, by 50%. Okay, it makes sense, but you...
How exactly does it make sense?
I want to start from a generous point of view.
Yani mention in a kind makes sense.
Yeah, because on face value, you are the half of the NSSF contributions is remaining with the person who has always been deducted. So in other words, he's saving a few coins. But then again, you have to tell us in a year how much do we collect from NSSF alone, and when you cut it by half, how much do we get at the end of the day, and what is the economic sense about it?
Yes,
and how do you maintain the volume of revenue that you expect to get, and how does it affect the government's capability to deliver its mandate? Because we have said that out of the revenue that we give government, the biggest expenditure item is payment of debt.
Yes.
The other day, the Auditor General said, was it the Control of Budget Auditor General, said 71%.
That was the auditor.
Yes. 71% of what we collect as revenue as the country is going to debt payment.
And I remember she also said that if we continue on that trajectory, we cannot sustain it in 2 years.
We are talking about 2 years. And I think she was generous. She didn't want to alarm the country. So you have been given 3 trillion in terms of taxes. What is 71% of 3 trillion? We are talking about 2.5 trillion and above. So let's say you remain with 400 billion. And you have a government that is expecting miracles because William Ruto is gone. Now we are talking about a country in the absence of William. Because right now, we are pointing every gun to him. He's the problem. But he will not be there beyond August 2027. And so you only have 400 billion. And you told Kenyans that for the first time we are going to have free education. Totally. So they are expecting to send their children to school without payment. But you have fiscal pressure, you cannot sustain schools. Capacity is not there now. Children will be sent to school in their large numbers. Those who had dropped out will come back because they dropped out because of money.
Fees.
So they are back. So even capacity in schools is a problem.
Capacity in schools is a problem even now.
Yes. It will be a bigger problem.
It will multiply.
Yes. And again, even school fees, to just send money to school, it will be a problem. And Kenyans will not want to understand that you have paid debt.
No.
You told them that the problem is William Ruto, and when we come into office, 80% of our problems are done. So they will not want to understand your excuses. You will come here and start saying what William Ruto and Gachagua were telling us.
Must go.
No.
Oh, sorry.
We found empty coffers. No. Right now, we know we have empty coffers. So any president who is coming in must have a formula of filling the coffers. So don't come here in 2028 and tell us we found empty coffers. And again, look at the instances where President William Ruto's government has faced headwinds.
Yes.
It's the budget making time. Especially when you mention something called a finance bill. That's what awakens every Kenyan who has even taken a step back from politics. So, assuming we've won, which we will, and our first finance bill is seeking to raise 400 billion more from Kenyans. It means more taxes, introduction of new taxes, and increasing the current ones. What do you think Kenyans will do?
They will start saying Safina must go.
Yes.
Wanjigi must go.
This one must go. And that will be barely a year in office. You remember when we had a Sufuria movement, it was barely 6 months after William Ruto had won. 6. And I guess the political awakening at that time was at 60%. Today it's at 90. So any of us in the opposition who is willing to be the front runner in becoming president, his first job is one. We don't want you to tell us a lot of things.
Yes.
What is your formula about the economy? That is it. And
hapo ndio kuna shida.
hapo ndio kuna shida. And when we start talking about the economy, everyone starts biting their own tongue. And Safina Party becomes the only person and party that can talk and explain our economic problem for a whole day without mentioning and insulting anybody. Because, as I have said several times, that William Ruto is not bigger than this country. He is not the problem. William Ruto is a beneficiary of a problematic system. And we will succeed to send him home.
Okay.
But if we do not succeed to change the system, it will create another William.
Yeah. Doesn't matter who is going to be president.
Yes, it will create another William. So when you come in and you have been sworn in, what are you offering? What is your plan about the economy with immediate benefits? That when we get to June 2028 and we are tabling our budget in parliament, Kenyans are like, okay, that one is a government that really cares about us.
They might have a problem or two, but
yes,
not as what has been discussed before.
And again, just take care of the basics. We have said household cost, education and health consumes almost 40%. So when you give them free education and free health, you have taken a very big economic burden from their shoulders. And the question is how? Because nearly everyone is telling us free education. Every presidential candidate has a free education on their agenda. The question now is how.
Now, almost every other political party now has taken this whole issue of odious debt as part of their manifesto. Watu wanasema hiyo kitu tutaudit na tutalipa. So it looks like it has now become a national anthem of sorts.
They have come to our agenda.
It is very true and it is not wrong.
Yes.
Wacha wachukue hiyo kitu.
Very nice.
Because at the end of the day,
it's good for the country.
It's good for the country. Thank you. But what happens when reality finally sinks in and us saying that we can't pay this debt is not as easy as it sounds? And I know we can take the example of Mozambique, which it has worked there. But what if it is not as easy as we think it is? Unajua kile wanasemanga,
what's hard about it?
I don't know. See, that's the thing.
We have explained all instances. We have looked at this issue from all corners. So when you, the other day, even when you asked Dinyoro,
yes,
he was chairman of budget
committee.
Budget committee.
Yes, in parliament.
So the estimates that were tabled by them in 2023-2024 financial year, did they have the estimates for domestic borrowing in that document? Did they? They didn't. Which means they gave the government a blank check to borrow whatever they want. Our constitution is very clear on how you borrow. Approval by parliament, which means every figure, if you borrowed 40 billion, it should be in that document of estimation. That we estimated that by this time we will borrow 40 billion directed to this project, and it should come to the bank account of the people. The people of Kenya have only one bank account, which is the consolidated fund. So, if we cannot find that debt that you are telling us to pay, it wasn't approved by parliament, not to any project, didn't come through the consolidated fund, tell me how we should pay that debt.
Are there consequences? Because I've heard of these consequences.
The only consequence I know is that Kenyans will have money in their pocket that they are not using to pay debt. Because sanctions only come when you don't pay what you owe.
Okay.
That nilikupea pesa, and I can prove I gave it to you, but you are not paying. So I can sanction you. But if I can't prove I gave you money,
yes,
how can I sanction you?
Okay, very true.
It cannot work. We are only saying, and people are using the word default, that Jimmy wants to default. Who told you want to default? We are saying we are cancelling debt payment of illegal debt.
Yes.
Which means that we are paying debt that we don't owe. That's the new channel of theft. Because you need to ask yourself, these members of these politicians, where are they getting money? And 71% of our revenue is going to debt payment. And we are only left with a small amount to carry out the government
business.
Where are they getting money from? It means that this expenditure item that is the biggest payment of debt is where they are stealing from.
I've actually seen something here in one of the dailies. Hope I can find it really fast. Ilikuanga hapa kwa kuna gazeti City alisoma, inajita hiyo gazeti Business Daily. It was on the fuel levy. Anyway, the fact that Kenya has spent so much, we have collected so much as far as the fuel levy is concerned, and we have actually gotten to a point whereby we have borrowed on the future monies that we are about to collect, what Ndindi Nyoro has been calling securitization. So now we are even eating into our future.
You see, the money the taxes that we will collect in 2029, we've already spent it today.
In 2029?
Yes.
So we are eating 3 years in advance.
Wakati tulikuwa tunasema William Ruto's government has become a fuliza economy.
Yes.
You remember when they were saying they are going to sell Safaricom?
Yes.
And the money they got, the 240 billion out of divestiture.
Yes.
They securitize that amount of money and they take a loan on it. Housing levy.
Yeah.
They securitize it again. That they have taken a loan on housing levy.
Yeah.
And it's now security for that loan.
For about 10 years, I think I have.
Yes. So the housing levy that we will collect in 2029, we are spending it
already tunaitumia.
Yes. And it's like that. We are in a very big hole.
Then where are we getting money to just even pay civil servants?
We are borrowing every day. Everything we are doing is because of borrowing.
To the tune, I think
5 billion a day.
Yeah. I think I saw somewhere 3.6 B.
Yes.
Anyway.
The thing that must be borne in mind, Paul, when talking about the Kenyan debt,
yeah,
and why it is important for people to understand debt. There's nothing general about debt. There are short-term debts, there are medium-term debts,
and
there are long-term debts. Hata bado hatujamaliza, there are concessional debts, there are commercial debts. So when people talk about the Kenyan debt, it's usually an amalgam of all these things. And there are debts which are taken, which are never paid by the government that took them. They are paid by the next government or successive governments. Some of the debts that we're told that we took, say for SGR and what have you,
yes,
some of them were not due until this particular government came into.
Very true, City. However, one thing is constant. Paul Mungalambuvi is continuously being taxed to pay that debt. It doesn't matter whether Kibaki is the president or Ruto is the president.
Why I raise this issue is for a very simple awareness.
Yes.
That there are debts being taken now that may not be paid by this particular government. But the next government that comes in will be paying this debt on top of the other debts.
That they will be taking by
yes,
them.
Yes, and then they'll add their own debts.
And you see why the Auditor General was saying this is unsustainable.
Because when you look at it, and if you want to wonder if William Ruto is still paying
debt
for Uhuru, so you wonder which debt for Uhuru is he paying, because we have demonstrated how much did Uhuru find as total debt, whether concessional, medium.
When he came in?
It was
around 1.8 trillion.
1.8. Before he left office, he had spent 5.6 trillion payment of debt, according to his own numbers. So, and he left a debt of 8 trillion. So this amount of 5.6 trillion was paid to which debt?
And if it was paid, why do we still owe 8 trillion?
Yes. Because if you tell us that it's about interest, how much is the interest on how much did we take?
There was something I came across the other day. It's been in the papers for quite a while. In the process of borrowing, you sometimes do not take charge of that particular borrowing. You don't actualize it. But this country has a debt of 20 billion Kenya shillings that we are paying for ensuring that we are still able to take that money. But we haven't taken it, but it has been approved. Let me repeat this so that you understand. There is a fee you pay if you want some borrowing that you actioned to remain relevant and which you can draw down on. There is a fee from everything that I've read. And we as Kenya...
It's like a commitment fee.
It is
that
like
we are committed. Yes.
And it's been rising, and as we speak, we owe 20 billion. Now, the question you ask is, this doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, you think that doesn't make sense? There's that Willow Setieno, your deputy party leader.
Yes.
Kuna kitu alikuja hapa akatuambia, na tulikuanga na deputy speaker Boss Shulei. And he said, in some of the reviews that you guys have done, there is transaction fee from, I think, bank transaction fees to the tune of 15 billion in the last financial year. Bank transfer fees. So like pesa ikitoka hapa iende pale ama ndio withdraw it ndio serikali tumie to the tune of 15 billion. I know that banks have to be paid for services. 15B.
Was that transfer or transaction?
Aki transaction.
Yes.
Transaction?
15B.
Okay, now, you see, I don't even understand some of these things fully. No, I don't. But the reason why my understanding of it improved is the number of times we were able to interview one Jimmy Wanjigi. And Jimmy was free with it. He didn't tell you, look, read this here, here's the documentation. And when you read this documentation and you cross-check with available information, you realize that what he's telling you is exactly the truth. He's not adding his own views. He's just telling you what exists. And it is in the public domain.
Yes, Willis came with an entire booklet. Hapa akatufungulia. I was like, what on earth?
Yeah, but you see, the beauty is there are those who argue, and they argue correctly in our instance.
Yeah.
If you want to hide something, hide it in plain sight.
In plain sight.
Don't even convolute it.
But you tell me, why are we transferring fees, monies, 50 to the tune of 15 billion?
It is documented as transfer fees.
Yeah. But that is not what
fees.
it is.
Yes, exactly. As not transaction fees. But is that what it is? Remember, we even took this matter to court. And what did the court say? This matter of odious debt. The courts agreed with the petitioner. If, according to our laws, okay, our courts have said our laws were not followed, and we know that our laws say we borrow for development, and that whatever you borrow must go to the consolidated fund. Yet in the Uhuru era, other funds, other funds were created outside the country where money goes to. Our laws state they must come to the consolidated fund. It's our laws. So now you tell me, which jurisdiction and which court is going to argue with us when we're telling you clearly that our laws state this?
What we are looking for,
we're not talking about government borrowing. We're talking about the individual who borrowed, the individuals who borrowed, the individuals whose signs are there. They borrowed. If they borrowed for the country, this is what constitutes borrowing for the country. If they do not follow these, then they should tell you who they are borrowing for. It's really not complicated.
It's not.
Kuna mtu alikuwa anasema Wakenya wapendi kusoma. So hizo mapesa zimefichwa huko kwa hizo vitu tusomangi.
It's not just the Kenyans.
Bro ni mingi.
All over the world.
Most may be noted, but Sisi specifically. But we had an argument the other day with an individual here. A gentleman came to the studio. And he made a statement, a completely fallacious statement, that this particular government, even what we've borrowed, we do not know. I said, Chief, it's in the public domain.
Yes, you've not looked for it.
It's in the public. I even told him, look here. Just what I liked about him, he proceeded to read the details which he had said don't exist. Yes.
So the other day, and I can see that some people are all of a sudden realizing that we need to deal with this issue of debt. And the
Jimmy Wanjigi put it so very clearly. He said, forget these many ideas that people have about what we need to do, increase, decrease. He said, if we stop paying the ODS debt, we will have money instantly.
Yes, instantly.
Not tomorrow, not the day after. It will be instant. We will have money, and then we can focus this money on the things that we say we want to do for the country.
The person who shocks me every day is my friend Nyoro.
Why does he shock you?
And why is he your friend?
When he can't be with friends who shock.
No, Kenyan politicians, everybody's their friend. When they want to, it's their way of being polite. Well, my friend so and so, and he can't stand that person. But on radio,
he shocks me every day.
How did he shock you this time?
You remember in 2017?
Okay.
When the courts annulled the elections of President Uhuru. What did Nyoro say in Parliament?
Remind me.
He said President Uhuru should suspend the constitution. And nasahau hii mambo ya Raila.
Nakumbuka kitu kama hiyo. I remember, yes.
So that he can rule by decree.
I remember something to that effect.
You understand? So this is a person who was encouraging dictatorship. And these freedoms that he's saying we stop regarding them, they were brought by a person who is very prominent from his own constituency, Kiharu. Stanley Jindo Matiba. Now, he's disregarding them in totality. Now today, he's criticizing the very president he encouraged to rule without the constitution.
When you determine that that is what we should pursue, you are actually being treasonous. You are advocating for an abrogation of law and order. What do you think that amounts to in the eyes of the law? You are not different from a murderer. You are not different from somebody who steals public money. You are not different from somebody who hires goons to go and kill other goons and other civilians. You are not. In fact, no. Please let me pause. My mistake. You are worse.
Yes. You are. So the other day when he was having an altercation with the Kimani Ichung'wah in Parliament, when he was talking about illegal borrowing, so Kimani Ichung'wah asked him, "When did you realize that we are having illegal borrowings? Is it when you were chairman of the budget committee or after? And even if before you became chairman, the previous president Uhuru Kenyatta, before you started jumping on a plane to campaign for Ruto, you were defending him. So at that time you didn't realize there was illegal borrowing? Because when you look at how they pushed in even the 2024 finance bill, it was three gentlemen. It was Dendi Nyoro as the chair of budget committee. It was Kimani Kuria, finance chair, and it was Kimani Ichung'wah as the majority in Parliament. When Nyoro realized that the things they have done have backfired, he fled. It's even better Kimani Ichung'wah because he's confident enough to stay with his nonsense. This one, you go to war with someone you don't really know if he's part of this battalion. So we can't be in opposition with someone we are always looking on over our shoulders to see what he's doing. Yes, because we cannot. And I was reading the document here that he had posted saying what we must achieve economically. And in that agenda he has said that we must have a health system that manages. These are still abstract ideas that were brought to us by William Ruto. And today I am told even some members of the cabinet from UDA, they want to defect and vie on his party.
PPK.
If this is not a subsidiary of something we are refusing, then what is it?
So are we saying that someone in opposition or rather in government today can't have a change of heart? Ama shouldn't have a change of heart? Today if Kimani Ichung'wah came out and said, "Enye guys, this story hata mimi nimeona one time."
What he's saying is, as far as you can see, there's every suggestion that this party of Ndindi Nyoro is a subsidiary of UDA.
I get that part. I get that part.
But if you were to change mind from government right now, what will be your influence? What is that has made the scales that have been blinding you to fall off your eyes? Because we need to know. It's not. Some people are defecting because of their own political survival.
Yes.
It's not because they believe in what we are saying in the opposition.
Can I ask you something, Joachim? Of all these defectors, which ones do you think are defecting because of some principle or some policy?
No one.
Yes.
If anybody who defected because of principle and policy must have defected long time ago.
Yes.
Not now. The other day, I saw Aden Duale saying that when he was seated in cabinet with Aisha Jumwa could not read. So isn't that accusing the president of appointing someone who can't read?
Well, Aisha Jumwa responded to him.
Yes.
So by Aisha Jumwa's standard, she was very polite on that particular issue. Yes.
But what is that? And the same Aden Duale said that the debts that were taken in the previous regime cannot be accounted for. So the question is, why are you paying things that we can't account for?
Joachim, everybody is slowly trooping to talking about odious debt. They just don't use the word odious debt, but they talk about illegal debts, illegal this. They
unaccounted for debts.
And there are people in certain political parties who have spoken of it as though they're the ones who came up with it. Meaning they have understood. In my mind, there are two things they've understood. They actually don't have an agenda.
They do not.
Yes. Because if your agenda is one time Ruto must go, that's the agenda.
We agreed about it long time ago.
So now, what is this thing that is your agenda?
The conversation is what next? Because the question of Ruto must go, it's a done deal. That one...
Joachim, I have to ask you, when you say it's a done deal, what do you mean?
He will go.
How sure are you he will go?
We have our own formula. There is nothing on this earth that he can do that will save his government.
But you're a politician, surely. And politicians never say die, do they?
They don't.
No, they don't.
But I'm a different breed.
I do not disagree that you are different. I'm merely saying when one talks about definitive terms about this will happen or this will not happen in a political realm, in under 1 year before the next general elections,
The guy has faith, Manzi. He has faith. It's a
this is the one arena where faith plays a limited role in getting you to where you want to go.
Bwana hiki tu alishaiona. Si hivyo ndivyo nasema.
You see?
Bro, they may have seen it. There's this little question of people actually going to vote. There's that little question. Okay? And there's an equally little question of how it is Kenyans vote and what it is they vote for.
Kenyans know what they will vote against.
Yeah.
They are just looking for what they will be voting for.
Yeah, but what they won't vote, they already know.
They know.
How do they vote for something they don't even understand?
For now,
Lakini is it?
the only
Acha nikuulize. Haujai kanyanga mwiba na ukaruka juu, au juu unaruka wapi lakini
wewe bora tu utoke kwa hiyo mwiba.
Hapo kwa mwiba umetoka kwanza.
Do you know if you pause for a single second and look at our politics, from the time Jimmy Wanjigi started talking about the odious debts, it took me to the third interview is when I started understanding what he was talking about fully. Because when I first heard it, it flew against the face of most things that I understood, and this was completely new to me. So I started reading on it and started reading, and I realized he was making a point. I still wasn't convinced. By the third interview, more clarity dawned on me. And the reason why I realized I was having difficulties was his entire discussion was based on facts. Not conjecture, not his opinion, not what he likes, not what he doesn't like. It was on what it is that our laws say and what it is that we should do according to our laws when something does not comply with the laws on that particular subject. Now, when I got there and then I said, my goodness, this thing is not as complicated as it looks.
It's not.
You see, the fight was with me, in my mind, with what I had established was the way things work. And I was being confronted by something I'd never thought of, never considered, never given thought to. And as I was struggling to see where it would fit in.
So when people talk about constitutionalism,
Yes.
isn't it what we are doing?
When
Because-
people talk about constitutionalism, that's a question you should ask. The moment somebody mentioned, ask them what they mean. Please.
Yes.
Because what you think it is and what you believe it is and what they are telling you.
It's not
Kenyans throw words. Sorry, let me revise it.
Because
Kenyans
you
throw-
obviously become those Kenyans.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kenyan politicians say anything and everything, and they throw words.
So I was asking my friends from some presidential team. They were telling me, you see, we just care about the law. Okay.
But they do.
So you are sworn in as president.
Yes, you are.
Tell me how you are going to use that law that you are saying to make sure that our lives are better.
Simple question. And how did they respond, if I may ask?
They got angry.
Oh, they got angry about what?
About explaining the how. So, okay, when the president is sworn in, he's briefed on two things, security and finances. Now,
You're briefed on both.
Yes.
What do
So
you do?
security, you can say it will be good because they will tell you our borders are secure and what have you.
And the experts are there anyway.
Yeah, and we had a pending terrorist attack that we thwarted, but now we have a financial problem here. Mr. President, you've
Banki
just been
kwa
sworn in. In this month, we need 80 billion to pay salaries. In this month, we need 150 billion for operations and maintenance. We need 110 billion payment of debts, and our revenue in that short period of time, we are only going to manage 120 billion. So, with your law, tell us how you are going to deal with it. And you have campaigned on constitutionalism. You've told us these people are borrowing illegally. I will not borrow illegally.
Nitafuata sheria.
Nitafuata sheria.
Yeah.
So follow the law in this case without dealing with the issue of debt. Tell me how you do it. So anybody who comes up with any agenda without mentioning how they will deal with the debt is wasting our time.
Okay. Joachim, unfortunately, it is 8:01. We have got to end.
Yes.
But thank you so much for coming. Give us your parting shot.
My parting shot is Kenya is an amazing country, and let us not let greed take us down. Once again, I want to condemn with the strongest words possible the actions that happened in Homa Bay. The people of Homa Bay need to know that we are not against them. When we go there and the people go there, they want to campaign against the government. They are not campaigning against their government. They are campaigning against the government that has made life hard. So it's bad for you to make violence of the people who have a different opinion. That's not what they are. Not they should not behave like South Africans, who gave us Nelson Mandela, and again started chasing their own brothers who come from other areas. Homa Bay is in Nyanza. They gave us Raila Odinga,
They give us Tom Mboya.
They gave us Tom Mboya. They gave us Akwing Skothek comes from where? Siaya. And this is an area that we love. They should not turn against their own brothers. As for the economic problems and the provision of solution, no one else has a better solution more than Jimmy Wanjigi. They can say I am just talking about him because he's my boss, but they have failed to show anything better than what he has brought. So anybody in Kenya who thinks about economic emancipation, the answer lies in one man, the son of Maranga, Wahundura. That is where our liberation comes from.
Okay.
These other things, they will fall flat on the surface.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joachim Simiyu. Senator incoming, Nairobi umesema.
Yeah.
All right. We wish you all the best, Maze.
And I will invite you in my campaign launch in the next 2 months.
You better.
Yes, I will.
You better.
Because now, Nairobi should not degenerate to my friend who did a good job at radio. I intended to take him back.
Okay. I hope in that launch there will be sugarless coffee. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
Sawa.
Always.
See you in 2 months. But before that, you'll come back, sindio?
Yes, I'll come back.
Sawa. Do stand by for Honorable David Sankok Yala, Member of Parliament. We want to talk about government delivery, so don't go too far.
Radio generation, the sound.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I am Dahira Ahmed. Kenyatta National Hospital is dealing with an increased number of patients as the ongoing nurses strike disrupts services at county hospitals. KNH Chief Executive Officer Dr. Richard Lesiampe says more patients who will normally seek treatment at county facilities are now turning to the National Referral Hospital. The increased workload has resulted in congestion and longer waiting times, especially for patients seeking non-emergency services. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba has cautioned political leaders against using ethnicity to mobilize support ahead of the 2027 general election. Ogamba says such politics are increasingly out of touch with young Kenyans who have grown up interacting and living across different communities and regions. The Cabinet Secretary also criticized calls for Kenyans to reject or distrust others based on their ethnic background in what appeared to be a response to former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua's regional political activities.
We are being told every other day by leaders to hate each other, to hate our country, to hate the next person. We don't see anything good in a person who perhaps does not come from your community. That is not what you taught us. That is not what this country is about. The bishop indicated that he is spread out. He has people in Maringo, he has people in Ukambani, he speaks Kisi, he does all these things. Most of us are in that category.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen is expected to appear before the National Assembly Security Committee next Tuesday over rising cases of violence at political rallies. Lawmakers have raised concern over recent incident in Homa Bay and other parts of the country, faulting security agencies for failing to contain the violence. They warn that if left unchecked, the incidents could degenerate into wider unrest as Kenya heads towards the 2027 general election.
It is regrettable that despite the recurrence of these incidents, decisive action has yet to be taken to bring the perpetrators to account. You should ask some of us who every day we have to deal with these matters of banditry in our place, where lives are lost. Now we are having people actually carrying pangas in public. Like, I'm in shock what happened in Homa Bay. I'm yet to fathom.
Honorable Speaker, I would urge that let them extend this inquiry for many months that have happened since last year, and we want an expedited answer as soon as practically possible, because once we go for the recess, we are going to have many of these rallies.
The safety of pesticides in Kenya has come under scrutiny, with members of parliament demanding stronger regulation of pest control products. The National Assembly Public Investments Committee has questioned the Pest Control Products Board over weaknesses raised by the Auditor General and its ability to enforce safety standards. PCPB Chief Executive Officer Frederick Mushiri appeared before the committee on Thursday, where members of parliament also raised concerns over possible links between pesticide exposure and cancer.
And this is what has been mistaken to mean toxic products not allowed in the EU are being allowed elsewhere in the globe. It is not true. Kenya is allowing banned products. Our product meets quality standards. So, Chair, having said that, I want to assure you that whatever is causing cancer in this country, I will tell you for sure, it's not pesticide. Can we find out what it is? I will tell you, because pesticides is properly regulated. It could be something that is not properly regulated.
And the Democratic Republic of Congo is set to receive 70,000 doses of an Ebola vaccine as health authorities respond to a new outbreak. The World Health Organization says the Ervebo vaccine is approved for the Zaire strain of Ebola, but the current outbreak involves the less common Bundibugyo strain. The doses will be used in trials and limited vaccination as part of efforts to contain the outbreak. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I am Dahira Ahmed.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Brazilian football legend Ronaldinho returns to competitive football at the age of 46, joining Italian third-tier club Ravenna. The former Barcelona, Paris Saint-Germain, AC Milan star was unveiled at a special event attended by thousands of fans. Ronaldinho, who retired from professional football in 2015 after playing for Brazilian club Fluminense, says he hopes to help Ravenna succeed and possibly score his 300th career goal. The KCB-RFC will be looking to strengthen their position at the top of the National Sevens rugby circuit when the fourth leg, the Driftwood Sevens, kicks off in Mombasa this weekend. The defending champions have been seeded in Pool B alongside Kenyatta University's Blackblood, Kisumu RFC and Uganda Sevens. KCB will be aiming to retain the Driftwood Sevens title before four of their key players head to Europe for the Ultimate Sevens Championship next month. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 11 minutes past 8 o'clock. And we are getting into this third hour with a very interesting conversation with us. Before ni introduce mgeni kwanza, acha nisalimie LK9225. Hii jina yako ni interesting, but it's a beautiful name nonetheless. Amesema City just become a lawyer. Charles, umesikia? Umeambiwa ukuwe wakili.
Yeah, as opposed to what?
Wewe kuwa lawyer bana.
Wacha kuuliza maswali mengi.
Opio Polika. Yes, you're saying?
Hii kazi tunafanya bro.
Ni ngumu.
Hatuwezi kuifanya tusipouliza maswali.
Ni kweli.
Yes.
Opio Polika amesema good morning City. Evans Onyancha amesema good morning my people. Well, good morning to you. Mohammed amesema I concur with CT. Allowing civil servants to engage in business is what entrenched corruption. We must revoke this move as wealth declaration is a farce and it ain't getting us anywhere. Kitungo amesema those sentiments from Joachim seem to go the direction of changing the party to UDA. Allah, okay.
That is his interpretation of
Mbugu anauliza, how come our debt keeps going up when we pay more than we borrow each year? I suspect Thieves Incorporated will never give us an answer. And then kuna Africana Swahili TV amesema hamjambo wa Kenya wenzangu. Well, hamjambo kwako siku ya leo.
You know what happens with many of our country men and women? When you say you are in the opposition,
yes,
it means you must criticize everything about the government and you must be blind to anything that the government has done. So when someone comes from a party that says they're in the opposition and is logical about the way they're going things and they're asking the really difficult questions, okay, huyu jamaa ameenda. Sasa wewe ambao umechukua usukani utafanya nini?
What next?
Wewe si yako? Okay, tuambie. And he's right.
Yes.
That question poses a problem.
Yes. And a lot of opposition leaders right now are unable to answer that question.
Literally every opposition leader we've interviewed here deflects. No, we need to get there first. We said, okay, so let's imagine you're in.
The only person I think I liked was Maraga. Maraga said, look guys, I'm not an expert. I will consult on certain issues. On some, I know what to do already. But at least he wasn't at Yawa say, I got it.
No.
He didn't get it.
Alisema I got it.
Na alisema najua hakuna mtu hapa na Garrett ingawa anatuambianga the Garrett. Anyway, in studio we have Honorable David Sankok, East Africa Legislative Assembly Member of Parliament. Mhesh, karibu tena sana.
Asante, imekuwa muda mrefu kidogo na wasalimia wa Kenya palipopote ambao wako katika pembe zote za Kenya na hata ulimwengu, kwa sababu unajua hii machine ya Radio Generation ni strong na kwa sababu ya hii platform ya digital.
Yes.
Tunaangaliwa ulimwengu mzima. Kwa hivyo na wasalimia wote katika jina la Yesu Kristo.
Amen. Mhesh, tuko na methali. City akusome, alafu niko na swali kuhusu our East Africa community. So City, cheza kama wewe.
This is the final day of our proverbs from the state of Libya. In the house of a man to be hanged, don't talk about a rope.
That one is self-explanatory.
Okay.
Yes, because what will you use to hang that man? Is that rope? So if he has rope, like nobody's business.
Yeah. So don't discuss it in
Don't
his
discuss it already in his presence. It's like putting more salt on the wound. Yes.
Kweli.
Yes.
I agree. The question I have on East Africa.
Yes.
Do our neighbors have as much debt as we do? Is it less? Is it more? Or are we at par? Let me pick an example of a country like Burundi. I don't know if you would be knowing this, but would you be having an idea of their debt?
You know, debt also goes with the economy of the country. If you talk about the ratio, you know,
The ratio,
if
yes.
you talk about how much debt does America have or Japan countries have, it is too much, but also their economy is also okay. So comparatively,
yes,
you must first of all know the strength of the economy before you know the debt. So the only thing I can say,
yes,
and you know, we have to be sincere. It is now around 8:20, and I have come here by 7:30.
Yes.
And driving from Lillian Towers to this place took me less than 9 minutes.
Oh, really?
Our roads are empty, completely empty. That is the first sign of an economy that is collapsing. Because surely 7:20,
hakuna magari ama ni watu hawakwa.
There is no traffic jam in the middle, in CBD of the capital city of Kenya. That is Nairobi.
Yes.
The Nairobi that we know. Surely we have to do something.
Okay. And I know all countries borrow. We know right now, the world over, people are still reeling from the effects of COVID-19. Of course, they use the Ukraine war. There's the other issue of also America, Iran, Israel. Again, on the question of East Africa.
But borrowing have no problem. But where the money is being used is where the problem is.
Okay.
If you borrow and invest wisely, of course you'll get the returns on investment. But to be sincere,
yes,
the African countries, we have been borrowing only for us to turn the borrowed money into what do I say?
Mismanaged funds.
Not only mismanaged funds, but you borrow the funds and then you have an infrastructure on paper.
Yes.
Yes. But the infrastructure is liquidated into handouts, camouflage as economic empowerment programs. And then now citizens are being fed with money as handouts, but it is a liquidated infrastructure.
Yes.
And that infrastructure, 90% is stolen, and then 10% is brought to you, given as an handout.
Tokens, yes.
Tokens in economic empowerment programs, and they expect you to clap for them. Yes. And then you end up having a meeting of 5,000 people. You buy for them soda. You know they cannot stay the whole day under the sun without taking a soda.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden we have sodanomics. That now that the increase in taking of sodas, the economy is good. No, look at our roads, bwana. Look at the money in the pockets of the citizen. Look at how are we recarpeting our roads?
Yes.
Are all our roads being recarpeted? I can tell you, my brother.
Yes.
And I don't want to sound really like I'm against the government. I'm part of this government.
Yes.
I'm part of UDA. But some ministries are really totally failing us. Since independence, we have 17,000 kilometers of tarmac road.
Okay.
Out of the 17,000, around 12,000 kilometers of tarmac road are either standard volume or low volume tarmac roads. They have not been recarpeted for the last 3 years.
Okay.
Meaning
3 years or 3 decades?
3 years.
Okay.
Meaning without recarpeting them, annually with the fuel levy that we normally give.
Yes.
They are based because it is dusty based. Yeah.
Okay.
It is soil based. It's not low volume and standard volume. Unlike the highways,
Yes.
where we have the cement base, is actually soil base. When water seep in, because you have not put tar annually,
yes,
then we will have a very soft base
foundation. Yes.
and then a foundation. Then there will be a lot of potholes, and I can assure you, in the next 6 months, 12,000 kilometers of tarmac road will be written off, and we have to redo them again, and that will take us 50 years, because if since independent we have only been able to manage 17,000 kilometers. These 12,000 kilometers which usipoziba ufa utajenga ukuta, we have not recovered for the last 3-4 years, meaning they will be totally out. We have to redo them again. We have to construct afresh. 12,000 kilometers, that is 50 years behind.
You know, the reason I was asking about East Africa is because, unfortunately, out in Africa, I've only been to Kenya. Once nilivuka tu border nikaenda Busia. But at least I've left the continent. I just wanted to compare with our neighbors. Are things as bad in other countries as they are here?
If you go to countries like the United Republic of Tanzania, you go to Rwanda, they're doing very well.
Yes.
If you go to Uganda, kusema na kutenda, there are two different things.
Kweli?
Mdomo inasemanga naenda kojoa, na mimi najua ijai kojoa. So saying and saying and saying and saying and saying without really doing is totally very different.
Mwesha meka methali pale katikati.
There is this kind of Museveni nomics, where he came up with a bottom-up economic model, like the one we had when we were campaigning. And for him, he said, let us reserve 4 acres of land for every citizen in Uganda, those who have 4 acres. And then the 4 acres will be managed by Musevenomics. Yes? In the 4 acres, you plant 2 acres of cash crop called coffee.
Yes.
And then 1 acre, you plant food crop. And then the other remaining 1 acre, you put maybe 2 or 3 dairy cows.
Yes.
And then the dairy cows will be bringing manure.
Yes.
For the
other 2 acres.
For the other 3 acres.
Yes.
The 2 acres for cash crop, coffee, and the other one for the food crops.
Okay.
And then the milk that the mama sell will be for her daily needs. And again for the food crops, to make sure that children, because milk and cassava here and there, they don't have kwashoko, they're non-malnourished.
So the other is for subsistence farming.
And then the cash crop,
yes,
Museveni himself will market. And currently, Uganda have overtaken Ethiopia
in coffee exports.
Coffee export. And Uganda coffee is actually the best
in
because
the world.
It is produced organically.
Yeah.
You see? And since Museveni is marketing for you the cash crop,
yes,
then the children will go to school, they will get school fees, they will get clothes. So the family is comfortable. And then now the man is told, go to the cities. Start with a boda as an employee.
Yes.
And then because you are no longer paying your school fees, you are no longer buying food for the children. So whatever you get from the boda, you can save and buy your own boda. After boda, you buy a tukutuku. After tukutuku, you buy a taxi. After taxi, you buy... Yes, and the same with those who go and start selling sambosa and sausage.
Yes.
After some time, they have opened kiosk. After some time, they have actually graduated into shops and graduated into supermarket. So it is working. And that's why if you go to Kampala, there is traffic jam in the middle of the night. At midnight. All shops are open, 24-hour economy.
Yes. And
I don't think anybody who is mad can stay up to midnight if there is no customer selling nothing.
Very true. Very
so
true.
The economy is working. If they don't think vehicles can be night runners, running at night without economic
Passengers.
value. Yes, so you can feel that one. But hii yetu ni kusema kama mdomo venye nasema naenda kojoa na haijai kojoa. Because surely where is this economy?
Hii methali yako naitumia hii weekend sana.
Kama sasa hii barabara mimi napitia kutoka pale natumia 9 minutes kutoka Lilian Towers mpaka Radio Generation. Barabara iko empty. Saa 1:30 bwana. Nairobi. Kwani watu waendi kazi. Lakini ukiona wananchi wenyewe wanatembea mguu, wenyewe unajua Wakenya wako na shida. Na tukubali ukweli.
Yeah. No, being realistic is only way we can move forward.
Yeah, so that we can solve, because until that time you realize you are on the wrong track. Then you can now kurekebisha.
For example, here we have this ongoing strike on matters to do with the universal health workers, the UHC workers wamekuwa wakisema kuna shida in terms of how first of all how they will receive their money, whether it's on the county payroll, the national government payroll, and whether it has got longevity after 1 year and so on and so forth. So that question is here in Kenya. I don't know how our East African brothers and sisters are saying about the same issue. Their health, basically, that is what I'm asking. How is health in any other of the countries that you can mention, whether Tanzania, Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda, whoever?
I invite you to come today to Lilian Towers. I have a cross-section of ministers and PSS from East Africa. We are doing public participation on medical products bill. East African Medical Products Bill 2024.
Okay.
And we are pushing so that we manufacture our own medicine and safeguard our citizens from falsified products and substandard products. So I invite you to go and come and listen, because the first entry to really good medical services is for us to be able to manufacture our own medicine.
Yes.
And medical products.
Right.
Because we saw Corona after the lockdown, what it did to us.
Oh, yes.
We were an appendix in terms of supply of vaccines. An appendix, no function, but exists nonetheless. They have to finish with the other part of the world before they come to us. So we have that one. But I have not scrutinized so much about this issue of UHC workers. We have not really gone into the details of it. The only thing I know is that SHA is there. I left a person with disability, severely disabled person with disability, receiving a stipend of 2,000.
Okay.
Which in our disability charter we had proposed that it will be increased. Our UDA disability charter be increased that stipend from 2,000 to 10,000 because of the cost of living. I left a person with disability being when you are severely disabled, because a severe disability, that is cerebral palsy, autism, mental disability, there's a thin line between it and medical condition.
Okay.
So they were automatically, once you are registered in cash transfer, you automatically registered to NHIF.
Okay.
I've tried to ask some of them, they have not transit that one to SHA. So for me, I really feel that is a total failure when it comes to the advocacy for persons with disability.
Okay.
But nonetheless, I'm no longer in the disability movement.
Okay.
I was the chairman National Council for Persons with Disability. Now it is Elizabeth Chazang. I was a nominated member of Parliament representing persons with disability in National Assembly. Now currently it is Bishop Jackson Koskei and Harold Kipchumba.
All right.
I wish them all the best. Elizabeth Chazang, Harold Kipchumba, Bishop Jackson Koskei. I wish them all the best.
Okay. No, but the question on health really was just a comparison between us and fellow countries in the community of East Africa. For example, sisi tuko na SHA kama Kenya. Uganda yao ni bado ile NHIF ya kitambo.
Yes.
Tanzania the same.
Yes, and I have not interacted with that really deeply when it comes to the medical insurance schemes that are in our respective other 7 member states, because we have 8 member states.
That's okay. Perhaps now it gives you an opportunity, so that the next time you come back here we can just do a comparison and see how they are faring, whether we are doing better than them. It's good to know. It's good to know.
I know you are pushing me so that I can be against the government I am in.
No.
But I'm okay.
Mheshimiwa.
Bado niko kwa bado niko kwa UDA kwa sasa.
Kitu sitawahi fanya ni kukulazimisha.
Mimi bado niko kwa UDA kwa sasa, lakini mimi ni mfugaji wa kuhamama.
The speaking of the truth should not be taken as being against one party formation or another. The intolerance that we see that is now being propagated in Kenya is based on untruths. People, instead of speaking, the fact that you are in a political formation does not mean you can't see what is wrong. You can see what is wrong. And if you don't speak about it and say this is what is happening, somebody else will pick it up. But the problem is somebody who isn't in that formation will pick it up and add their own things which may not necessarily be true. So it is correct for you to speak the truth.
But I like what Muhesha said. Amesema he's in UDA elected or nominated on a UDA ticket.
He elected on UDA ticket
okay.
to represent Kenya in the East Africa Legislative Assembly.
Yeah.
My election, normally an election in the world is either an electoral college or through the popular vote. In the United States of America, the president is elected by an electoral college.
Yes.
In Kenya, members of parliament, actually East Africa Legislative Assembly, are elected by an electoral college called National Assembly and Senate.
Okay.
So those are the votes that sent me to East Africa Legislative Assembly, but through the UDA ticket.
Okay.
Na mpaka kwa sasa niko ndani ya UDA. But unajua mimi ni mfugaji wa kuhamahama.
Pastoralist, you mean?
Na pastoral nomadic person is in our blood. Na pastoral nomadism is in our blood. Na unajua tabia sio kama uchafu ati unaingia kwa bathroom, unaosha, unakuwa clean. Iko ndani ya damu. And that is why sisi wafugaji tulikuwa Kadu, tukaenda Kanu. Baada ya Kanu tukaenda NAK. Tulienda LDP. Baada ya LDP tukaenda NAK. Baada ya NAK tukachomoka tukaenda ODM. Baada ya ODM tukaenda UDM. Baada ya UDM tukaenda URP. Baada ya URP tukaenda Jubilee. Baada ya Jubilee Tangatanga. Baada ya kutangatanga pale tukaenda UDA. Baada ya UDA tukazama Kenya Kwanza. Baada ya Kenya Kwanza tuko broad based government. Ili tusijue kesho, kwa sababu wafugaji wanategemea malisho. They are in search of pasture,
green pastures
and water. Na pasture itapatikana kwa mvua. Na mvua kwa siasa ni wananchi. So eventually lazima wananchi ndio watasema bali tutaelekea, kwa sababu hapo ndio pastures iko. Kwa hivyo niko UDA kwa sasa. Alafu ndugu yangu,
yes sir,
mimi pia nilianza siasa nikiwa university. So for a long time nimeelewa kidogo. Under the new constitution,
yes,
Kibaki was elected in the first term using NAC. But he seek his re-election using PNU. Alitoroka. Huyu Uhuru alielektiwa the first term na tikiti ya TNA. Lakini second term ametoroka akaenda Jubilee. Sasa huyu mdozi wangu William Ruto ameelektiwa na UDA first term. Sasa sijui re-election yake itakuwa ni chama gani? Na mimi sio mjinga niongoje nyumba ni angukia ati nikiongoja hadi mdozi. Kama mdozi anachomoka naenda ODM, I will decide whether to follow him ama pia mimi nijipange,
and it is your democratic right.
It's my democratic right. So niko UDA kwa sasa.
And it is okay. No, but I was actually not looking to change your mind or make you say something that perhaps you do not believe in.
Lakini mimi sijaangalia tena, I have not delved into it.
No, it is okay.
Yes.
Hata nimeacha mambo ya sasa. Hata nimetoka mambo ya health. Mi na hata tumeongea.
I wish them all the best.
Nataka tuongelee what has been happening lately on that issue of Goonism, which has become part of the national conversation. It started pole, but now it seems like every other weekend some rally somewhere has to be disrupted. People somewhere have got to die, and I find it really worrying.
Today I didn't really need to come to the show because there are some things that are worrying.
Yes.
But knowing the political persuasion side that I'm in,
yes,
I have to be a bit diplomatic.
Okay.
But the situation is worrying. But the fact be told,
right,
The constitutional mandate to protect Kenya and their property lies with the government. And if the government cannot protect its own citizen and their own property, people from the opposition included, then that government is failing. You know, that is the truth.
Very true.
Because there is no way you can expect an opposition person to be with a constitutional mandate to protect themselves. It is the government that have the resources through our taxes, have the constitutional mandate through legislation.
Very true.
Have the system and instrument and machineries which are fully paid by Kenyans to be able to protect all Kenyans irrespective of their political persuasion. So in case of any goons,
yes,
just take it to the bank. It is the government that is failing.
Okay.
You know, I hear that some people stole Uhuru Kenyatta's ship long time ago, and then you blame to somebody, while that Uhuru Kenyatta was the commander in chief. Once he retires, the constitutional mandate to protect him lies with the sitting commander in chief. You know, we don't have to beat about the bush.
Yes.
And it is a worrying trend when it comes to goons, especially goons laced with some ethnic profiling. Because you remember in Rwanda, it is started by name calling of certain communities as cockroaches, profiling ethnic communities and tribes. And then in Kenya, we had our own fair share of that ethnic profiling in 2007, post-election violence, where there were a political genocide mantra of 41 against 1. You know, the trend have started all over again. I have had people being called grasshoppers simply because they are putting on green like Sankok. Today I did not come with my green.
Yes.
And I love green. You know, and then the people who are being profiled as Fisi, hyenas, you know, a whole community. You know, I have no problem with Ndwale calling Kashagwa Fisi, but leave the Gema community alone. I have no problem with Kashagwa calling William Ruto Kasongo or whichever name, but leave the Kalenjin community alone. I have no problem with you calling me any other name that you can want to call me, even if you call me a lion, because I prefer that one.
Yes.
And then leave the Maasai community alone, out of it. You know, but profiling a whole tribe is what I'm against, because it will lead into a situation that Haiti is going through. It will lead to genocide. It will lead to post-election violence. It will lead to a failed state.
And election violence. Forget even post.
Even election violence. And that is why I'm saying, sincerely, when the name, the whole community of the Gema community was profiled as hyenas by Ndwale, I picked up and decided to form the Kenya Fisi Alliance. Kenya Fisi Alliance is an alliance of all other Kenyan tribes who are married Gema beautiful ladies.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Because a hyena can only marry a hyena. A hyena cannot marry a goat.
It's very true.
And then all the children be quoted between that union. Because mtoto ya fisi ni fisi. So I have so far registered more than 20,000. And the registration is going on. So I don't know if you will register also. So that we can show that Kenya is conjoined twins. Kenya is one. These communities have intermarried. They have done business together. They have been neighbors. They have been business partners. We are one. And no one, I repeat, those who survive by using violence in Kenya, profiling ethnic communities, using the political mantra of 41 against 1, those ones will not survive in this country today as long as Sankok half breath is in his lungs. I will make sure that no tribe is profiled. And if there is profiling of tribes, like the political genocide mantra of 41 against 1, be assured the Gama community will be among the 41.
This party, you said it's a political party or it's a what?
No, it's just a Kenya Fisi Alliance, KFA.
Oh.
KFA.
Kuna mali tuna register, eh?
Ukitaka kuregister ndakuambia. Registration fee is only 1,000.
1,000 peke yake?
Yeah, peke yake.
Hiyo siti hata nilipia. Sasa, if we minus the...
Talk about being volunteered for.
If we minus all the political noise, the sloganeering, has the government of Kenya delivered for Kenyans? The Kenya Kwanza government, that is specifically, of course. Has it delivered for Kenyans? Because perhaps amongst all the noise, in the midst of all the noise, tunasahau kuona the development, the barabaras maybe, and the health, and the many other hallmarks of development that we're looking for. Has the government delivered for Kenyans adequately, sufficiently?
There is limitation in delivering of promises.
Okay.
But I believe we have done fairly well as UDA. Currently, we are in Vision 2060. And Vision 2060 on top of Vision 2030 is like impregnating a pregnant woman and expecting twins.
Okay. I totally get what you're saying. That the baby has...
Tell me what you get.
Vision 2030 has got to be delivered first before we impregnate Kenya with now Vision 2060.
Actually, Mheshimiwa, you're not right on that score. Because a development plan or a blueprint for a development plan, such as Vision 2030, whose whole ethos was to get us to be an industrialized nation. So they were anchoring this entire process on 3 pillars. Now, that is a long-term plan. So unless we decide that the long-term plan ends with Vision 2030 and we'll never have another one, then yes, you would be right. But if we have decided to go the route of having a framework within which we want to function, then beyond Vision 2030 has to be a reality, because you have to think.
Of course.
And it doesn't mean you are creating new ideas. You could even start by finishing what Vision 2030 did not finish, because as of now, we haven't actually finished. We are not even close to finishing some of the pillars that we were supposed to ensure that we worked on. So a plan to direct the country as to what we need to do to finish it, because that was supposed to give us what the economists call a takeoff stage, where beyond that, it is clear that the trajectory is upward. So the thinking behind in the planning, in my opinion, is necessary.
City, that we are in the same page.
Yes.
In fact, I'm saying as UDA, we are really delivering, because we are expecting a twins of development beyond 2030. I've just said Vision 2060 on top of Vision 2030 is a miracle of impregnating an already pregnant woman, and we are now expecting a twins of development. So we are supporting the same idea, that we need to have a roadmap, we need to have a vision, we need really to know where Kenya is going to, because we need to catch up with the first world, and we will do so.
Yeah,
we will do so.
Yeah, and you see, personally, I have no issue with this whole issue of 2060.
Yes.
Mi hata sina shida na.
All of us have no issue.
Whether tuanze kuitengeneza leo, kuna wengine wamesuggest we start talking about it after the election, that is of 2027. After the election, on the 11th of August, we start talking about it.
That'll be too late.
Personally, I honestly don't have a problem, because it's a good thing to always have
in
a plan.
Kenya, every year is an election year. You see, the campaign started a long time ago. My brother.
Yes.
And we have to sometimes be factual. You are a journalist. What is your workstation?
This one.
The studio.
Yes.
When I meet you in the bars or in the streets, are you working?
No.
What is the workstation of a doctor?
In the hospital operation room or wherever they are assigned.
When you find him in the bar, is he working?
No, he's not.
What is the workstation of a member of parliament?
In the parliament.
Making laws, isn't it?
Yes.
When you find him loitering with handouts, camouflage as economic empowerment programs.
You're an extracurricular activity.
And what about if that time, when that time become more than the time they are in parliament? Then this guy is earning without working, isn't it?
Very true.
What is the workstation of a governor? The governor's office?
In the county, yes.
What is the workstation of a president?
Harambee House.
Or State House.
Okay.
So when you find them loitering in the streets as if they are wanasema tuko kwa ground, and they are not contractors, they are not engineers. CDF, for instance, have CDF managers, CDF chairman, and then projects have contractors, they have engineers who are working. But when you meet all of us now loitering in the streets, nobody is in parliament, nobody is in State House, nobody is in county governors or government. All
County
of us,
assembly, Amuko.
All of us are on top of vehicles.
Yes.
There is something wrong, and there is something really, really wrong. Yes, and we have to be factual.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry, I have to say the truth, because for me, when I was the National Assembly of Kenya,
yes,
I used to arrive to National Assembly before the Speaker and leave after the Speaker.
Okay.
Today, I'm the Member of Parliament, East Africa Legislative Assembly, despite the fact that we have gone for months without payment, but still, without salaries.
Yes.
But still, today I have the medical product bill of East Africa 2024, which I'm chairing. And I use my own resources to make sure at least, even when I will be paid my salary.
You deserve
we have
it.
gone for almost a year without salaries. But when I will be paid, I will say I'm earning after working. But hii watu bwana, my friend, hii Kenya siasa from January to December, from Sunday to another Sunday, it is really worrying. It's a worrying trend.
Watu wako juu ya magari.
Hawako juu ya magari.
But you're right.
And I can excuse opposition, those aspirants, whether they are aspirants of MCAs, aspirants of members of parliament, or even presidential aspirants, for loitering around and making promises in exchange of votes. But surely, if you are already a sitting leader, already elected, you are going to promise in exchange of what? Because the votes you have already been given. Today, if Kalonzo come and say, please elect me because this is what I'll do for you, we will excuse him. But for a sitting president, a sitting governor, what are you promising us in exchange of what? And now that you have the resources, when do you unabeba hii mfuko? Si ufanye. Unakuja kutu promise nini tena? You do, and then you come and commission already finished project.
Yeah.
You come and hand over the projects if it is necessary.
Yeah.
But you are during foundation of a building, you are there during rental of a building, you are there during roofing of the building, you are there during painting, you are there building plastering. Kwani wewe umekuwa contractor jameni? Have you become a civil engineer? Umepatiwa kura under the promises that ulisema mkinipatia kura ndawafanyia hivi. Tumekupatia, endelea kufanya. Stulia kwa ofisi. Wale wenye bado wanatafuta wakuje watuambie mkinipatia kura ndawafanyia hivi. Because hawana kitu ya kufanya nayo. You can come and start giving us handouts, camouflage as economic empowerment, alafu you expect. Let me tell you.
Yes.
Kenyans are wise. They are now like the Okalao characters. You know? They have had na nimeambiwa na wananchi. Sasa kama wewe umekuja kuleta handouts, wacha wale umeshawapatia handouts wakupatie kura, kwa sababu we didn't even know the criteria that excluded other Kenyans. Are you getting? Na kama ulipatia watu handouts, we must also see if there was fairness. There is no way you can give somebody else handouts 100,000 na mwingine unapatia 10,000. There must be fairness. Ule mwenye umempatia mingi ndiye atakupatia kura. Wale wenye hujawapatia, because hii ni ushuru yetu sisi wote. Unajua ukienda kwa bank na unataka loan, you will just know mimi si qualify kwa sababu walikuwa wanataka security ya logbook, sikuwa nayo. Walikuwa wanataka security ya title deed, sikuwa nayo. Lakini hii handout, what make you qualify and CT does not qualify. What make me qualify and you don't qualify? You know? Sasa Wakenya wanasema na unajua hii it will backfire. Because let me take an example of Narok County.
Yes.
There are 450,000 voters.
450,000
yes. voters.
Okay.
Hata governor ama women rep akijaribu namna gani? Ataweza tu fikia 10,000 people na hiyo handouts. Na hii 10,000 ndio ataambiwa patia yeye kura. You lose 40,000 voters kwa sababu huku wapatia na wajui hii ushuru yao kwa nini hao walikosa. Why don't you just construct a road in which all of us will use? Why don't you just construct a school in which watoto wetu wote wataenda kusomea? Why don't you just construct a hospital? Why don't you go for development project ambao everybody will benefit? Yes. Lakini wewe unaenda kufungua, wewe umekuwa like circumciser, watoto wote wanakuwa circumcised huko kwa hiyo function badala ya kuwa kwa your workstation. Watu wote wanaoana wewe ndio the best man or best lady huko hapo sijui nini. How many nyumba ikifunguliwa siku hizi wewe ndio bishop ya kwenda kuanoint nyumba every nyumba huko hapo ikifunguliwa. Sasa tulikuchagulia hiyo ama nini? Na unaleta ushuru yetu kupatiana. Na unajua tutakuja kukuambia kama ulifungua nyumba ya fulani kwa nini yangu hukufungua?
By the way.
Na kama ulifungua ya fulani ama ulikuja kwa kanisa ya bishop fulani kwa nini yangu hukukuja?
Kwani yangu iko.
Na tena kama umekuja yetu sisi wote wawili bishop fulani ulimpatia 1.5 million mimi ukanipatia half a million criteria ilikuwa gani?
Yes. Ni nini kwani?
Ni criteria gani ulitumia?
Na sisi wote ni bishop.
Na sisi wote ni bishop. So ile mwenye ulimpatia pesa mingi ile ulimpatia 5 million
wacha yeye kupigia
kura. Hao wenye uliwapatia 500,000 na wenye hujawapatia kabisa sisi tutapeleka kura pale pengine.
Let me ask this question, Mheshimiwa. When people with whom you share a profession seek to bribe voters, what really do they hope to achieve?
I don't bribe anybody. And I've never been in that business. And even person with disability, while I was representing them, knew very well. I told them you are 6.5 million in Kenya with 1.2 million voters registered because I have their data. Now, if I give each of you 1,000 shillings, I need 6.5 billion. And I don't know why should I give you and don't give the other one. And I represent all of you person with disability. Today, simple calculation. We have 22 million voters in Kenya.
Okay.
Give each of them 10,000. That is almost 22 trillion. Iko happy. So eventually it will backfire because you can only reach, let's say even if you try 500,000 citizen. Supposing wakisema sasa kwa sababu li bribe 500,000 kwa kuwapatia hiyo handouts wacha hawa kupigie kura and then 21.5 million will not vote for you. What have you achieved?
Nothing.
That is what he was saying. In fact, it have backfired. These handouts will backfire.
I mean, Olkala has already taught us that you can receive and not vote.
Kwa sababu umepatiwa mattress. Kwa nini mimi sikupatiwa? Ulipatiwa gas. Kwa nini mimi sikupatiwa? Lakini if the all voters of Olkala, which were almost 50,000, if all of them were given gas, hiyo pesa ingetoka wapi? Gas cylinder haingetosha. So you can only bribe mostly less than 5%. And that is the 5% that will give you their votes. Hata hiyo 5% hawatakupatia wote kwa sababu you cannot bribe them equally. Kuna yenye utapatia mingi ingine.
So in essence the bribery is so that somebody votes.
And it is illegal in Kenya.
In essence?
So that somebody votes for you.
And it is illegal in Kenya.
See, that's the whole issue. Kwani unampatia doya nini? Umpatii from the goodness of your heart.
The reason why I do not understand it is because we have ample evidence to show that there are many occasions where somebody has outspent everybody else and yet they still lose. So what were you hoping to achieve by spending that amount of money?
Because
that really is the question I'm asking.
Because I'm telling you, figures never lie. I've told you, for you to be able to bribe 22 million voters of Kenya, even just a half of them, that is 12 million, for instance, so that you can really get a clear win, then you need 12 trillion just to give each of them 10,000. You need. 12 trillion. Where is that money? If you go to a county like Narok, I've given an example, 450,000 voters. Give each of them 10,000. That is approximately 450 billion. Where will you get that money?
Hiyo huwezi pata
as a governor.
Una.
So you will end up only bribing
very few people,
5%. And even among these 5%, you have not bribed them fairly. Mwingine umempatia 500, mwingine umempatia 10,000. So ule mwenye umempatia 500 atasema, which criteria
did you
use to give me 500? Uliniangalia nikuwa na nguo chafu, uliniangalia nimekuja na baiskeli, ama what was your criteria?
Was it my skin color?
And huyu atakukataza pia kura. So eventually it will backfire. Unfortunately, these are our taxes. These are your taxes. Kenyans know. Hii ni pesa yetu, mbona huyu akapata mingi, mimi nikapata kidogo na mwingine akapata zero. So eventually it will backfire. Lakini ukitengeneza barabara like the Rinori Mau Summit Road, watu wengi watapitia,
that
and they will feel,
region will benefit.
Na tutasema hii taxes yetu imetufanyia kazi sisi wote. The expressway we are using, every Kenyan is happy. The standard gauge railway, which is actually close to 700 kilometers, at least one in a while unatumia. Biashara unapatikana Suswa kwa sababu watu wameshuka kwa train. Unapatikana watu wa kubeba watu na bodaboda, wengine wanabeba na taksi, hata mahoteli inanunuliwa. So eventually you will feel, lakini hii handout zenye unaenda kupatiana, it can only give you sodanomics. Unasema watu wanakunywa soda zaidi.
Mheshimiwa, I want to change the topic a bit.
Change.
This East African community which we are all aspiring to have, is it an achievable dream? Will we actually achieve it?
100%. And let me first of all take you through. I don't know if we still have time.
We do.
Now, East African Community Economic Bloc, it is the most progressive economic bloc in the world. Talk of IGAD, SADC, ECOWAS, talk of European Union, you know, all of them talk of Pan-African Parliament. All of them does not have a residential parliament. It is only East African Economic Bloc that have a residential parliament, in the sense that
EU does as well.
Our parliament is fully paid by East African Economic Bloc, but the Pan-African Parliament is a contributory parliament where members of parliament are already members of parliament in their own country. They just go there and sit like board members. The same with the EU. But this one have a residential parliament. The second issue about East African Economic Bloc is an economic bloc with close to 350 million people. That is a market bigger than that one of United States of America.
It is.
United States of America only have 330 million people. East African Economic Bloc is an economic bloc with 1.4 billion acres of land in terms of land mass. And the whole land is arable either for agriculture, forestry, or animal rearing. We don't have a desert within our region, 1.4 billion acres. East Africa is blessed in terms of blue economy. In the sense, we have 6,500 kilometers of coastline. In the sense that we have major freshwater lakes. The big water lakes within East Africa are more than 38. We have the second largest freshwater lake in the world, Lake Victoria. We have the deepest and the longest freshwater lake in the world, Lake Tanganyika. We have the longest river in the world emanating from our region, River Nile. We have the seventh largest freshwater lake in terms of water volume, Congo River. We have African largest and the second largest water tower, that is the Congo Belt and the Mau Ranges respectively. We have the tallest and the second tallest mountain in Africa, that is Mount Kilimanjaro and Mount Kenya respectively. We are strategically, as an economic bloc, placed, sandwiched between two major oceans and the Gulf of Eden. Meaning, if we want to do business with the Far East, that is Australia, Japan, China, then we use the Indian Ocean. If we want to do business with the Far West, that is North America and South America, we use the Atlantic Ocean through Kinshasa. If we want to do business with the Middle East and Europe, we use the Gulf of Eden. So literally in our own strategically placed, we can trade with the universe. We can trade with the whole world. Ours is only to have corridors, which are currently the northern corridor from Mombasa, Nairobi, Malaba, Kampala, Katuna, Kigali, all the way to DRC. We also have the central corridor from Dar es Salaam, Dodoma, Rusumo, and then Bujumbura, Kigali, all the way to DRC Kinshasa. So we also have LAPSET that is coming up. It's not yet finished, which will connect us with Ethiopia and Republic of South Sudan. If we can have these corridors also connected through train, and then we'll connect the two oceans together with the Gulf of Eden, then our trading of the universe will be as smooth as being really trading within your own village or Nakuru and Narok trading. We will make the world a global village. So we have an idea, and we have already, as you can accept, as East Africa Legislative Assembly, we have facilitated legislation that have enabled us to implement 2 out of the 4 pillars or protocols of the East African community. We have been able to implement the Common Market Protocol and the Custom Union Protocol. That is why within our streets you can meet trailers from Uganda, from Burundi, from Rwanda, just traveling freely without any interference. Our citizens don't need a visa to visit the 8 member states of East Africa. In fact, some countries with IDs that meet the minimum security features, like Rwanda, like Kenya and Uganda and South Sudan, you travel using your identity card. You don't need a passport. Yes. Because some countries like Burundi, their ID is actually a booklet issued by a chief. So it is not readable by machine, so we may not trace where you are at any given time. But you will give credit that the 2 pillars have been implemented. That is why you have the East African passport issued in Kenya, just like your ID issued in Kisumu, another one issued in Narok, another one. It is actually an East Africa passport issued in Kenya, issued in Burundi, issued in Rwanda, just like a national identity card. Okay. We have Swahili as our official language. So we are coming together. We are bridging what divided us so that we can come together. We have not implemented the monetary union pillar, but we already have the roadmap of implementing, because we had to put in some institutions like the Bureau Statistic Bureau, because the Kenya shilling is exchanging to the dollar at the rate of 128, but the Uganda shilling is exchanging to the dollar at the rate of 3,500. So we had to harmonize them before we have a single currency called the East African Pesa, which will come to play in 2031. After that, we go to a political union in which we will have now a single country, a federal country or a confederal country, depending on the trust we will have on each other, because if our trust level will not meet our threshold, then we'll have, first of all, a confederation in which every country still maintain their sovereignty like the European Union. Yes. But if we trust each other, then we can now move to a federation, which we have one sovereign government, and The others will just be like governors who are leading governments that have no powers at all. So we have a real roadmap, and I can assure you, we will be there. And why we have expanded East Africa? It was 3 countries. I met it when it was 5. It is now 8. We are now on our way to admit Ethiopia, Sudan, Khartoum, and Malawi, so that we become 12 to 13 or 14 or 15, and then ECOWAS also expand, and then IGAD also expand, SADC also expand, and then after having strong regional economic blocks, and they will be the building blocks of the United States of Africa eventually, because that's the dream of our Pan-African forefathers.
Ashma, thank you. You put it very well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Comments also, some of them on this particular issue. Unfortunately, this is the only time we have. But we shall have this Pan-African conversation once again, for sure. Mheshimiwa, shukran sana.
Asante.
Kuna mtu amesema you are attacking while defending, but you've made it very clear. Unaongea tu ukweli.
How do I attack with well? You know, people normally think
it's a figure of speech in Kenya, by the way.
But you know, people associate with my green suit with DCP.
Oh,
surely.
Really?
Yes, you know the same people.
DCP hata ni line.
Lakini DCP hapana, DCP ilianza lini?
Juzi
5 months ago. Mimi nimekuwa nikivaa suti ya green for close to 30 years.
Allah.
And everybody in Kenya knows that green is the color of life.
Yes.
You know, when you have very green grass, our livestock are very healthy. When you have a green forest, you know very well that there will be rain.
For sure.
You know, when our crops in our farms are really flashy green, then we know then we will have a bumper harvest. So green is the color of life. So I advise Kenyans, let us all go green. Let us all go green by planting trees.
Mtu asikusumbue. Wewe hata ukitaka kuvaa colors za wiper, wewe vaa.
By the way, sasa we have 86 political parties. Kila political party iko na rangi yake.
Hata mimi mshoni nimevaa rangi.
Sasa mnataka tutembee naked ndio mjue ati hatuko into a political persuasion of fulani. Hapana, wacheni upuzi bwana.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I am Dahira Ahmed. Security officers in Kisumu have arrested 2 suspected gang members and recovered a homemade firearm, crude weapons and cannabis during multi-agency operation. The suspects were also found with several items resembling a police and military equipment in one of the houses searched. The operation involves detectives from the Operation Support Unit, Anti-Terrorism Police Unit and the GSU Tactical Team following intelligence linking the suspects to criminal activities. The suspects have been identified as Joseph Mwata Magak, alias Boyi Sampa, and Isaac Omondi Ojwang. Safina Party Secretary General Joachim Simiyu has raised concern over the government's approach to financing its operations, warning that increased borrowing could deepen the financial burden on Kenyans. Simiyu likened the strategy to Fuliza, arguing that the government is spending against future tax revenues. He has also challenged opposition leaders to offer clear solutions to Kenya's economic challenges ahead of the 2027 general election.
Who is willing to be the front runner in becoming president? His first job is one. We don't want you to tell us a lot of things.
Yes.
What is your formula about the economy? That is it. And
hapo ndio kuna shida.
And when we start talking about the economy, everyone starts biting their own tongue. And Safina Party becomes the only person and party that can talk and explain our economic problem for a whole day without mentioning and insulting anybody. Because, as I have said several times, that William Ruto is not bigger than this country. He is not the problem. William Ruto is a beneficiary of a problematic system, and we will succeed to send him home.
Questions are being raised over reported cases of sexual violence and deaths during the recent unrest in Homa Bay County. Suba North Member of Parliament Millie Odhiambo has called for investigations to establish the number of women who were allegedly raped during the unrest. Speaking in Parliament, Odhiambo said she had personally met 2 women who were attacked.
Mr. Speaker, I hope that Honorable Martha can actually please add to that statement, or the committee could add to that statement, exactly how many women were raped, or if there are investigations, because some cases of rape, women are very shy to come forward. I personally met 2 women who were attacked. One is a woman who was from Kwale, and she was cut with a panga here. She was on a wheelchair. I was actually called because of what people know that my concerns about women. I went and saw her when she was on transit from Kisumu to Mombasa around midnight.
And the FBI has arrested a 35-year-old woman accused of plotting to bomb New York State Capitol in Albany and kill lawmakers. Prosecutors allege Jessica Bowie had previously pledged allegiance to the Islamic State group and had repeatedly surveilled the Capitol building. She was arrested while carrying what she believed was a bomb and a gun, which prosecutors say had been supplied by undercover agents. Bowie faces a charge of providing material support to a designated foreign terrorist organization. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I am Dahira Ahmed.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
All right, yes indeed. Welcome back. 9 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? I'm doing good. Kuna watu hapa karibu ni sahau kuwasalimia, acha niwasalimie as we go on. We have Evans Onyancha, Mohamed Murunga Kitungu, Kovipi, Ken. Amesema the problem we have, we borrow, we pay, so the math is not mathing. We are in a circle of borrowing. I agree. Aki kuna kitu inafanyika kwa hii country yenye sielewi. Kuna vitu hata wewe kwa nyumba yako you can't do. Even your wife will look at you and ask you, are you okay in the head? Bogu anakuuliza, how come our debt keeps going up when we pay more than we borrow each year? I suspect thieves. Hiyo nilikuwa nimesoma. Alafu kuna nani? Kuna Huntington anasema on news this week, borrowed and not used money bleeding Kenya to death. Nelly amesema there's no traffic because schools are closed, not because our economy is bad. Surely. Well, kuna vitu zingine lazima tujiulize critically. Ndio shule zimefungwa, na ndio shule zikifunguliwa, we know traffic increases significantly, for sure. Hiyo nayo no doubt. And when they are closed like right now, of course traffic is on the low, for sure. Hiyo no doubt. But kuna kitu Mhesha amesema, I kind of kinda agree with it. When you think about it critically. Of course, when you probably get to, like City likes to say, when you get granular on that particular issue, you might actually get some explanation as to why things are the way they are. But the question perhaps you can ask yourself is, the number of people that usually walk to work, have they increased or have they decreased? Is there some kind of truth to what is being said about the traffic situation? Yes, schools have closed, but also could it be true that there are more folks walking to work as opposed to, let's say, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Probably the answer would be yes. Why? Of course, kuna kitu inaitwa population increase. Populations are increasing on a daily. Watu wanazaliwa kila wakati. So the people that were alive 10 years ago are not the kind of people, are not the same people who are alive today. However, there are some truths that you can have more than one truth on a particular issue, in my opinion. Does it necessarily mean that the economy is not doing bad? No. But could it be an indicator that the economy is doing bad? Yes. That's me. Kuna George, ama siti umesema namna gani?
What you said is actually true.
Yeah.
This isn't one of these one size fits all situations.
Kuna vitu zingine lazima tu utafanya some kind of research here and there.
You have to, and you see let's start with where the rain started beating us economically. It was COVID. COVID rewired the whole, yes.
Yeah.
And to think that we've actually recovered from it is a fallacy. We actually haven't.
Yeah.
We are trying to recover, but it put us in a situation that we had not foreseen, we had not planned for. And the recovery also has to be nuanced in creative thinking, because this is not something you've encountered before. It's not like El Nino that we know about, we have experienced before, and that we must now talk about because it is coming. And we must not talk about it only, but we must insist that there's preparation for it.
Yes.
Whether it's by the disaster management team or whether it's by the county governments all across the country, that's a reality. But this one, when you have El Nino, it will contribute to a problem that already exists.
Very true.
It will also contribute because of the neglect that has been occasioned by people who are in positions of authority to have ensured that that problem was solved ahead of the impending disaster. And then there are those who wait for the disaster to occur before they make any move or determine that they are going to do something about it. So, again, back to your point.
Yes.
When you talk about an economic problem, one, you are right in saying you really need research and you need to ask.
Yeah.
And in asking, very granular.
Yeah. But it doesn't hurt to say that perhaps the reason why things are like this is because of ABCD.
But that's part of the reality. You can give it the broad strokes and say, look, anecdotally speaking, this is how we see it, or how it has been, or this is what has happened over time. Because some of the conclusions that we arrive at are not manufactured from thin air.
Yeah.
No. It follows similar situations, or situations which are similar, not necessarily colored copies, but similar. And we've seen what happened, and we've seen how they were responded to.
Let me give you an example. You mentioned COVID-19.
Yes.
It's very true that when COVID-19 hit, a lot of things changed. Before COVID-19, I used to MC a lot of corporate events, birthdays, weddings, Rora shows, name them. Hizo zote. Sana sana corporates. When COVID-19 hit, first of all, people started working from home. Number two, some companies shut down, some companies downsized. And then they realized, by the way, do you know we spend a lot of money on these things called end of year party? Yeah, because I used to MC opening year party, mid year party, end of year party. We have launched new product party, retirement party. They realized, by the way, we spend a lot of money on this thing called the end of year party. We can save money on that. So revenue ikapotea on that particular end. There are some companies that still do, but not as they used to do kitambo. And by then they realized we can actually, instead of calling movie to MC this event, we can use Openje. Openje is probably the company funny man. So Openje can do an equally good job
at a quarter of movies price,
perhaps even for zero, as long as tumempatia mzinga yake na amekula lunch vizuri yako tu sawa. So a lot changed because of that. Something else that changed is voiceovers. AI has come through. Right now, CT, mimi ninakanga hivi kwa gari, ninasikiza the number of voiceovers that I would have done. Mpaka nasikia kulia. Because brands nowadays are using AI majority of the time. Once in a while, they'll call you and be like, movie, kunaka campaign, nataka ufanye voice because AI haitoi venye, they even tell you cha ukweli. AI haitoi venye tulikuwa tunataka. So, tunataka ufanyaka, just one line, you know, it could be the announcer line. Zile za, come one, come all. Because wame realize the AI voice haifanya. Hiyo ni job imeenda tu hivyo. Because pre-AI,
convert yourself into an AI brother.
Pre-AI city.
Because AI is your competitor.
Yeah. Pre-AI, in a week, I could assure you, 4 or 5 jobs. Clean. I even invested in a studio. In a week. Na hiyo nikienda chini sana. On a good week, you can do up to 10. So you see, revenue hapo kidogo ikafanya nini? Ikapotea. So a lot of things changed. And for someone who doesn't understand that industry, when you tell them that things are dry, wanashanga aje. I can still hear voiceovers on radio. And like you've said, for example, why don't you convert your voice to AI? Bro, that thing, mahali imefika saizi, they don't even need you. This thing we call machine learning They have already learnt your voice. They have learnt the voice of people. They have learnt...
Especially those of us who do what we do.
Yes. They now can do if they want.
So essentially, they can say, "Give us a movie voice."
Yes,
and they'll get a movie.
Give us an old man who sounds like City Muga. They will. Yani unatolewa sauti baka unasema yenyewe. And you know that thing can produce anytime, anywhere. Wewe unajua utapigiwa simu uambie, guys, I'm in studio right now. My show ends at 10. Then we have a small meeting in the office up until 11:30. So can I come to the studio at around 12?
Ile ni instant.
Bro, that thing wanaipatia tu script in 2 minutes. It's already done, dusted. Isha. Wewe by the time utoke studio 10 ndio ufike kwa studio 12. Those guys have already done their voiceover. They've already pitched. Money has already been paid. Wewe uko hapa ndio unauliza, unawapiga simu. Kana kama nakwambia, bro, hata hiyo kitu ishafanywa. Thanks. So on that end, on that front, let me tell you, people have suffered. Models as well. They have hawajaachwa nyuma. Right now, I watch, actually, when you watch
models, as in those who
the people who model,
garments and so forth.
You know, the beautiful girls, the beautiful men, the nail models, those who just yes, nail modeling is a thing, or rather it was
nail modeling.
Yes,
meaning
kazi yako tu ni kupakangwa zinaitwaje vitu Q-Tex, nail polish, so that you can market a certain brand. Bro, that thing is now being created within seconds, digitally, using AI. Script writing, that is also something I used to do as Mungalambuvi, whereby you're told, we have this product, this phone, please write this script, we want it to have this look and feel, we want it to appeal to this generation, we want hiyo imeenda. All those instructions are given to AI, and my friend, AI does it in seconds. So a lot has changed in the economy. And as much as we like to say, you need to adapt, bro, zingine zimeenda. Hizo zimeenda. Juzi nilikuwa na watch advert. It's an advertisement advertising a fridge, a refrigerator. Yani the way that thing has been done, it's 100% AI. And my friend, I do not think, even if we were to have real life human beings doing that advert, they cannot deliver in the way that has been
How
delivered.
do you tell the difference between something that has been actually gone about by an human being and AI? How do you tell the difference?
Personally, because I can, the features on AI generated images are very crisp, they're very clean, they are without blemish. Kama ni mzee, bwana huo mzee unaweza tell, ukiangalia at a glance anakaa mzee, but hata ukiangalia wrinkles zake hazikai natural.
Or then the normal features are there that clearly indicate that time has gone by and some carbon dating has set in.
Exactly. For that one, it's very crisp, it's very clean, flawless. The people, if it's a voice generated, whatever, they are speaking without, there's a way you breathe in and out during speech. You take a breath between sentences, you pause, you can see someone thinking, hesitating before they talk or they speak. AI hasn't really perfected that. So you can tell this one, even the way they walk.
So that's where machine learning comes in.
But I can assure you, next year same time, CT, Bwana, you'll not be able to tell the difference.
I won't be able to tell the difference.
Itakuwa ngumu.
Okay, you and I will discuss this later.
Hata ikitu inaitwa Hollywood, kazi inaenda. Anyway, thanks to those who've checked in, akina Evans Onyango, George Biruri, Emmanuel Nyongesa, Lucas Mweo, Pap D, Nuru, na kuna Louise, na kuna Soson.
That really someone's name, Paul, or have you decided to just give it your own twist?
It is PSP. You know what? Let me just say Pispitaron. Karibuni tena sana. Now, in this hour, we are taking our conversation all the way to the university campuses. And the question we're asking, chaos that we used to see in campus, is it still there? Are university students still being used?
Just pause for a single second. When you say chaos that used to be there, it's like you're putting it side by side with the learning that is part and parcel of being in the university.
But it's very true. Do you know there's a time hii barabara ndani university way ilikuanga ukipita hapo lazima kwanza confirm kama kuna chaos. Kulikuwa na carpet na bado kapo.
But usually it's not as though it was for nothing. That has been from time immemorial.
Yeah, but nowadays, when is the last time ulisikia Kenyatta University may strike, for instance?
Mimi? No, I don't recall.
Exactly.
But the nurses and the other fellows have been doing that for some time.
Yeah.
So maybe the students are well represented.
They are. Actually, they are. But in terms of usikie Thika Road imefungwa, sijasikia in a minute.
Kwanza nyinyi watu wa Kenyatta mlikuwa na hizo tabia.
Hiyo nayo tulikuwa tunafunga. Hata tulikuwa tunachoma hizo gari za GSU, hiyo nao si uongo. Hapa university way UoN pia walikuwa wanafanya hiyo kitu. But squeezy, vehicles have been stoned by university students. Multimedia university kidogo once na wende unasikianga huko wakifight na Lion, but lately sijasikia your drama. With us is the president of the University of Nairobi Students Association, Ahmed Rashid. Rashid.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Umekuaje?
Mimi niko fiti. Mambo mingi hapa na pale.
How is this presidency taking you?
I feel like I'm leading for 2 years. And I'm only leading for 3 months.
Yes, the last time you were here, you were newly elected.
Yes.
But now you have really settled in.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure. What can you tell us about the experience? Because the last time you were here, you were very confident and you told us, bwana hiki tu, I got this. Do you still got this?
Yeah. I'm still on the right, track. I'm doing all that is expected of me, and I have even learned a lot.
Okay.
Well, I think when I was coming here around June, I was very new, and the way I was doing things is not the same as the way I'm doing things currently.
Right.
So there's a lot that I'm learning: leadership, balancing,
academics,
3 interests.
Yes.
The students, most important, the government.
Yes.
As well as the administration.
Okay. Wait a minute. What do you mean the government?
Yes. You talked about the issue of protest. And even closing roads.
Yes.
Some of our actions, sometimes we as students, affect the national security and the day-to-day running of the country as well. So that is what I mean by balancing interests.
Okay. And the administration, from my understanding is that student leadership and the university administration are always fighting, but perhaps you can tell.
Not necessarily.
Ndio nimesema my perception, see mine.
Bro.
Can I speak of mine?
Yes, it's your perception that I'm questioning. I'm not questioning my own.
Kila wakati nilikuwa naona KUSA, for example, when I was in KU, KUSA ilikuwa inashinda ikipigana na
it is true. It is true because
no,
it is true because
mkisema ilikuwa ikishinda ikipigana, then it means nothing else was happening in the university except kuvutana kila siku.
Unataka kubishana na president mwenye anakuambia
anapigana na president. Is that really the case?
Okay, actually the problem is that when the administration feels too comfortable with you, actually nothing will run. Yeah, they're like, have a cup of tea, we will talk. There's nothing that will run. Sometimes you need some sort of friction between the student leadership and the administration
so that
for
the wheel
things
can
to
move.
run. For things to run, it's like you need to bring some opposition. Yeah,
even if everything is okay.
Yeah, you're
like that nagging wife. Unaona bwana ametulia, unasema hapana, huyu jamaa acha tu nimsumbue.
Yeah, there's nothing working.
Unamuuliza tu randomly, who is Susan? Even if
there can never be peace all the time.
Some of the questions this guy asks, don't take them too seriously.
Umekaa tu hivi umetulia tu mna watch cartoon, unauliza tu Njeri ni nani, unasema sasa. So that is what you guys do.
Yeah, that's true. Even if you're not fighting with a girlfriend on a weekly basis, then that means one of you is maybe being fooled, or maybe it's there because you don't lose the other person. Yeah, you must fight.
Mr. President. I don't know where that logic
you can't oppose everything, bwana.
I'm not opposing everything. I've just opposed just this particular statement he has made, that he essentially is saying that you must fight. And I'm saying, no, you don't.
You need some sort of conflict for things to run.
Yeah. No. Meaning, you need a state of adversity for things to work. No, Mr. President, no.
Let me now this.
Okay,
now,
what will qualify what you're saying?
Let me now bring this into context.
Yes.
For example, in a university, when you want to conduct a student activity.
Yes.
Yeah, for example, let's say a student activity worth 1 million shillings. Of course, the university is a public institution. Then you follow, the public procurement laws, Public Finance Management Act. Yes. So you make a request.
Yes.
For facilitation of a certain event, let's say worth 1 million. If you just follow the normal routine, it will take forever.
Okay.
For the money to be processed.
Because of bureaucracy?
Yes.
Okay.
And like, files staying in a certain office for a month, they need to move to the next office, stays for another month, move to the next office. By the time it reaches the expenditure,
you're no longer president.
Yes, I'm gone. I'm like, the former had made the application, now come and
implement.
No, they're saying come and follow up.
Yes.
Still the money is not ready.
Oh, bado hujafika.
Yes, and I'm gone. So, but sometimes you mobilize students and wanasema leo tuendeni tupande juu. Leo money must come.
Lazima hiyo pesa itoke leo.
So, those frictions sometimes are very essential.
No, actually I understand what you mean now. I understand what you mean. Initially nilikuwa nadhani tu ni
and I'm speaking from experience, what I did for the last even 2 months for me to do some activities.
Yeah,
unasikia tupandeni juu mpaka unasikia yani ile finance apumui bana sasa ngoja chini ni process. Let me now process.
Pesa inakuja.
Yeah, so sometimes the conflict is very easy.
It reminds me of it reminds me
of marriage.
No, not marriage. This conflict that you two people say must insist, must persist in a relationship, that one I do not agree with.
Yes.
I am thinking of issues of debt, the repayment of it, and the legal agencies that exist. By the time an auctioneer appears, that's the same thing that you guys are doing. They come with a court order. Haki, they can repossess this, they can repossess this. Suddenly you'll find the money to pay them.
True.
It's true, because the moment umeenda nayo imeenda, bro.
Yes, and they'll be threatening to disable whatever it is that you do. Okay? Say, we'll take this and take this and take this.
Yeah.
So you suddenly say, no, don't touch anything.
Let me find something.
Wait. Just hold on. Can I give you this and then give you post-dated checks and blah, 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 blah. Then the auctioneer will say, this one is for the person you owe. Now you know there's me. I have a lorry load of people.
Yes.
And there is a lorry load of people. Their job is to help me ferry these things.
Yeah.
And they're not volunteers. I pay them. So that one, please, I need this amount for them. He hasn't told you his charges. Now my charges were this. But because of this, you will pay. Because the threat will cause you more harm than you actually want. Or it could actually disable whatever it is that you're doing. So, having painted that picture, I take the view that this is what the administration, the university needs. This is the oil they need for that particular machinery to move properly. That if they're not under threat, they don't do anything.
Many administrations in various universities, even not only in the University of Nairobi, feel like students, let's just give them some administrative bottlenecks and they'll be discouraged and stop. I don't know whether they want to reinject this money back into the university, or I don't know.
And yet the money for these activities exists, and you know it exists.
Yes, they do. The voters are there, but then at the same time they unapigishwa kona mingi mpaka unasema is it really worth it?
But let me ask the question, is it the university or is it the individuals within that administrative arm?
It is a chain, It starts from like let's say from the dean's office up to the expenditure. It's a whole ecosystem. Then along the way there are just delays along the way. Now sometimes you even wonder on who to blame, because the finance will tell you, but I have not seen the request yet.
Yeah.
And maybe I have made it 2 months ago. So now you wonder, do you now blame the starting point, the officers at the starting point? Do you blame the expenditure? Do you blame that's why now students are now becoming, they're becoming smart enough in looking for partners. They are partners that can even finance 1 million or even 2 million, shillings events.
Wait, who can finance what?
Partners.
Yes, partners.
Said they're looking for partners, sponsors. Like who, for instance?
For example,
I mean, which entities? That's what I mean.
Most of them corporates. Yeah, Safaricom chips in with around 200, 300 sometimes even. Coca-Cola gives like 200-300. Some other banks. Yeah, and you can even actually scoop 1 million from outside.
Yeah, but then when you do that and the administration knows you can do that, this process of frustration will increase, because now they figure, we can find what we need.
And then muongee na Coca-Cola.
Yeah, that's why I tell students, kwanza wewe jifanya, you know nothing. The only money you are depending is the one that has been allocated by the institution. Yeah. Don't act like you know too much.
Okay.
Or maybe you can find solution outside the university. Because the voter is there, the money has been allocated for the association, and it is the money that students pay every year. We pay 1,000, and the university, the active students are around 55,000.
Yes.
55,000 when you multiply by 5 million. Then what are you complaining?
55 million.
Yes, 55 million shillings.
Yearly. And do you spend all that money though?
We don't. See, I'm telling you, there are those frustrations here and there.
Yeah. So let me ask, because I remember during my time in the university, we would have all these artists coming to the university to perform, and of course, nilikuwa najua wamelipwa. They are not coming for free. But I also saw some corporates, some radio stations, some telcos would come and so on and so forth. You want to tell me that these people were chipping money and then bado university inatoa do?
Kwanza hiyo pesa inakuanga strictly for the student leaders, the partners. You don't know, you can't account. I'll be given cash, so how will you account that I've been given money? So, but sometimes it supports. For example, we have a very big event coming.
Yes.
The Freshers Bash, where we are welcoming the 11,000 freshmen that are coming to the University of Nairobi on Monday.
Okay. In all the campuses of UoN.
Yeah, I think all the 13 faculties. They are about 11,300. It will be a networking kind of event. Whereby a student from Kikuyu campus can maybe be able to know a student from law.
Okay.
And we're going to, have the function at KICC. So the allocation from the school is 150,000. Surely 150. Will it even buy sodas?
150 aje.
Yes.
Aje sasa.
See, they are saying this is just networking. So, but now you have to go extra.
So they're deciding for you what it is they think this thing is worth.
Yeah.
Then they're deciding for you how much you should get.
Yeah.
Aye.
Yeah.
Even just hearing
150K.
Even just,
but sometimes we are smart enough to reassign some budgets. Yeah, for example, there is a lot that you are doing to ensure that we even get around 2 million shillings to conduct that event. But we have many partners on board as of now, and we will do it whether they support or not. We will do it.
But the 150K hata hizi buy nyinyi wote soda. Hizo ni about 5,000 sodas.
150K labda waambie tu soda moja ni ya wasi wawili ama watatu. That's the only way you can budget for that thing. So now you can see, now I had to go extra, look for partners, approach people who can help these events.
Yes.
So that it is my responsibility to ensure that the event
is successful. Yeah. But let me ask you, so in such an event, what usually happens? Fine, so freshers meet, those ones from Kikuyu campus will meet those ones from the main campus.
Yeah, they have fun, wanajuana, like it's just all about networking and, welcoming them to the, the university. We have some counselors who will also come on board to tell them about the issue of, relationships and...
HIV and AIDS and all that.
AIDS, use of protection and all kind of things.
Yeah.
It's just kind of guidance, networking, and just having fun. Most of them wametoka high school ni ile yenye. Si unakumbuka patch venye unasikianga nikienda midterm. Lazima nipige sherehe nini. So
they have a lot of hope, anticipation and everything. So it's good to just introduce them to the realities of university.
Nasai kuwa disappoint. Of course they'll be disappointed later, but
no. Inaitwa character development, yeah. So in such
naificha kidogo.
Hizo vitu by the time you're done with semester 1.
Ni kweli una feel like
unakuangusha kwa mwenyeji. But now in terms of the ease of sorry, not the ease, but in terms of how now the universities are interacting, like the founders talking, nilikuwa naambia CT, we are no longer seeing the chaos, the drama, and which is a good thing. I'm not saying that it should come back, but it's a good thing that we are no longer seeing the kinds of drama that we used to see back in the day. What has changed, in your opinion? I know your time and mine is different, but I'm sure you have seen. What has changed?
Okay, when were you in campus?
Nilimaliza 2010. Niliingia 06 hadi 2010.
That's a long time ago. So
very long. Sasa ukiambiwa ya CTC ndio utamaliza utaisha sasa.
Sasa let me tell you. Let me say this without any fear that I only want to speak for the University of Nairobi. University of Nairobi has been electing goons.
Okay.
For the last 20 years. In fact, I'm the first civilian to be elected.
No way.
Hey, do you look like a goon?
No, you don't. No, I'm just saying. I'm talking about the other 20 years. You're saying for 20 years.
But my point is,
yes,
whenever there is chaos in university, the leaders are the ones who are instigating. The leaders who are the ones who are getting money. either from the opposition or government, to start this thing. Because students, most of them do not have money. The money originates from the student leadership, because wanapigiwa simu, they are approached, they are given money, and then they are the one to start these wars. Sometimes even unnecessary. Like, for example, student leaders are called to mobilize students to go to Linda Mwananchi rally, to G rally, the DCP rally. Even that is not the role of the student leadership. The student leadership is to guide the students and lead the associations and do what is expected of them. Ikifika kwa mambo ya siasa, tupateni kiwanja. Yeah, ukitoka student leadership, go now and attend whichever rally you want. But student leaders are the ones who are starting, these chaos, distractions. Na unapata in every maandamano, we will lose 2 or 3 comrades. But me, I've seen that it is not worth it. Why am I carrying all these bloodsheds? And it's only 1 year. Why am I carrying all these cases? I made a commitment that I will never call students to go to maandamano, especially when I know that lives will be lost. But, for the protest involving issues that affect students, for example, issues of health, issues of students complaining about the standard of the hostels, I will be at the front line. Mimi ndo nitakuwa na vuvuzela. Have you ever heard vuvuzela?
I know vuvuzela.
Yeah.
Yes.
But just because I'm called by maybe a member of parliament, at SG, I should mobilize students to go to a rally in Thika. I say I'll never do it. I've been called before. I have been, promised money, and
offered money. Yes.
I said if it's about mobilizing students, and then by 5 p.m. the OCS for Kilelesha is calling me that I have a student here bleeding or I have arrested some people. I said I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. How much did they offer you by the end? Ndio ulikata how much? Okay.
You can say it.
Sorry, come again?
Only if he can. He shouldn't.
Of course, not less than $1 million, most of them. Not less than $1 million.
Bro. Unaambiwa umobilize watu na hiyo million unashare amongst comrades, ama hiyo ni yako kwanza ya mfuko?
Hiyo ni yangu kwanza, ndio nione venye itakuwa.
Alafu sasa
I go and have a cup of tea, then naandikia, now this is what we need.
So naambia okay, mita yangu ndio hii. Haya sasa for that cup of tea for comrades,
ni sasa
I need now another 700,000.
And like mobilization, it's such an easy thing.
Really? Explain why it is easy, please.
I have around 5,000 contacts in my
phone.
In my phone.
Yes.
I'm sure almost 80% are students from the University of Nairobi. So if I just post, I'm at G Square, come. The fare to and fro will be provided.
Sorted.
Na mzinga iko na, and I have some sodas.
Ni hivyo.
Till overflow.
Sherehe.
There was a time I was
yes.
There was a time I planned for my victory bash.
Yes.
Because I have felt that I campaign a lot, I use a lot of money. Let me celebrate this victory. It was a week after I came here, around the second week of June.
Yes.
I said I have a budget for around 1,000 students. 2,000 students came. I had to use
extra cash
times 2 the budget for me to sustain all those. So mobilization is such an easy thing.
Okay. Mi nakumbuka nilikuwa ninaitwa kama wewe tu, but mimi nilikuwa ninaambiwa niende ndio nikwe ule mtu wa kelele. Tunapanda huko juu ya lori na tunapanda. But yangu ijaifika million.
Let me tell you one thing.
Yes.
What breaks my heart so much is that most of the students who have been used even during Sonu,
yes,
most of them are around City Hall. I can show you, this was Sonu. Sonu.
What are they doing there? What do you mean they're at City Hall? Doing what?
Nothing. They are street boys. And it's because of the atrocities and the bloodshed that happened at that time.
Or the cases you were talking about now. Hiyo laana imewafuata.
Even many of them were shot.
Dead.
Yeah, were shot dead. Many of them are on the streets. What also breaks my heart is that the student leaders who are using you or who used you at that time are somewhere. They're doing things. Their politics is, progressing very well. Economically, they're doing very well. Nawe uko, you're doing nothing. You're still roaming around Klabu and you're doing nothing. Then we should ask ourselves this question. Why are student leaders using you, yet they are the ones transitioning and becoming members of parliament, governors?
Yes.
Nawe umebaki tu hapo. Umetumika, umepiga watu.
Umekuwa goon.
Yeah, you have been at the forefront, even doing illegal protests. But you're doing nothing. Actually, I think that's the conversation that we need to have.
Yeah. Because we are actually having it. The whole idea today was to talk about the role of students in national politics. Because they do have a role to play other than just voting. You know, sisi ndio tumesoma. Nasema sisi kumanishani, sisi wanafunzi, sisi wana university. Sisi ndio tumesoma. Sisi ndio tutaenda nyumbani, we tell our parents, we translate for them the constitution. We translate for them the laws that have been made in parliament, because we are the ones who are actually witnessing that, and it affects us directly. So we do have an active role in politics. But for a very long time, like you've said, during those days of the yesteryears, student leadership was misused. But I feel like right now, university is actually very quiet as far as politics is concerned. Do you see that, Ama?
Yes, that's true. But let me tell you one thing that the other students don't know. The student leadership are still approached.
Okay,
they're still approached. Yeah, they're still approached in boardrooms. Some agree, some don't agree. And actually, there's a lot that happened that it is not even our fault. When the University Act was amended in 2016, it actually reduced the powers of the student leadership by making a boardroom kind of leadership,
yes,
rather than universal suffrage. Still, we do have the ground. We, still have the legitimacy, but you find that most of the student leaders who are elected during our time, most of them, they are too friendly with the administration.
Okay.
And they are sober people. Let me say that. In the past, there was no even requirement. Even a goon could contest for the student leadership at that time.
Yeah.
But nowadays, mimi kwanza ilikuwa like kwanza nichungue kwanza portal. Ndo nikujua na because if I have maybe an E, I can't even
okay, but even in my time, KU ilikuanga, for you to vie for student leadership, your grades have got to be good.
But in University of Nairobi, I think at that time, all you needed was only to have the portal working. So they don't want to know whether you're a goon, a part-time goon or not.
Yes.
As long as you can mobilize and the students have accepted you, fine, you go and contest.
Regardless of your grades?
Yeah, regardless of whatever you're getting. Because that's why we had very chaotic people.
Let me ask you, I'd just like to ask, you mentioned the word goon quite a number of times. So within the context of the university and its students, who are the people who qualify to be goons? What do they look like? What is it that turns them from God-fearing citizens of the country into people we can refer to as goons? What is it about them that is goonish?
In my definition as a goon, is someone who believes that he can get something by force. If you believe that you can get my 100 shillings by coercing me, or you want to meet me by coercing me, you are a goon. You're qualified to be called a goon.
So essentially what you're saying is that goons are essentially extortionists.
Yeah, they're extortionists, people extorting the student leaders. But we are being extorted every day. Sometimes you have to accept. Lazima tu kuwe na wisdom to maneuver around. Otherwise, you won't even do something for this.
Wait, who is extorting you in this case?
Fellow students.
Fellow students.
Yes.
No, all student leaders who are doing nothing. Yes, old student leaders.
You mean old?
Yeah.
The ones who've been there before you, your predecessors.
Not really my predecessors, because some of them are doing very good things. Most of them have transitioned, but they are old students who have tested the benefits of the leadership, but did not get an opportunity to rise to that level. But now wameona like iko na influence and they don't want to leave. Therefore now they tell you, if you want to do this is our share. If you want to do a 1 million shilling event, our share is 200,000.
So essentially they are also brokers.
Cartels.
Yeah, they are brokers. Sometimes
and this thing that they are broking, does it exist? I mean, if they say you want to hold a meeting, you must consult us. So are they turfs which they own? Like are they brokers in hall 9 if there's such a hall, or hall 10 if there's such a hall?
Yeah, there's hall 10.
Yes. Used to be the box, if I'm not wrong.
Box is the women's hostel.
Yes, okay.
Which flooded the other time.
I heard how it flooded.
He actually told us that he was there.
He did. Now, the question I'm asking is, so are these people the ones who speak on behalf of these halls or these places, so that they're saying, essentially they are telling you that there are X number of people here and they listen to what I tell them, so If you really sincerely want these people to participate, this is what I need. Is that what they're telling you?
Or give us an example of a scenario without many details.
Okay, like for example, I'm planning to do an event at KCC. They'll approach me and tell you, oh, okay, we have seen, and they're online by the every day. They are online all platforms. They're seeing whatever you're doing. They have intel. They're asking people, mse anapanga nini. So wanakukuja nakwambia, we know the budget of this particular event. They know everything. I don't know even who gives them all this information. It's 1 million shilling.
Yes.
Our share is 100,000. So give us. Sometimes if you work with them, they can be very compliant. if you work with them.
Explain to us, working with them means what?
If you give them the 100,000, there's no other working that work.
Okay, if you give them 100,000, they'll be peaceful.
Why is this guy behaving like a student?
Okay, sorry.
He knows. He has been in the space, I think.
Then move. Go and sit where he's sitting. Let him sit where you are sitting. Then we can direct these questions to him.
All right, nimenyamaza.
So, if you work with them, they'll be very, very compliant, very, very peaceful, and everything will. If you don't work with them, if you don't work with them, you must have a better plan to crush them.
Okay.
That's the only way to survive.
To deal with them, basically.
Yeah, to deal with them. So me from the word go, from the start, I said no. I'm not working with you guys.
You put your foot down.
And if you want me to work with you, open your portal. I see what you're doing. Because sometimes we give students some roles for security. Like when we're doing events, I feel like, why do we need other people while we can give, let's say, securities and the protocols, the people directing. So I
the
say,
ushers.
Yeah, instead of using some money to pay other people, let me just use the students. Now pate yo pesa. Then wanasikianga, sasa unipe security. May I said, no, if you're not a student, I'm not giving that role. I'm giving this opportunity to students, the bona fide students,
yes,
who have portal, who have no record of any
crime.
So I might even give you some money, and we have some transactions.
Yes,
you get involved in doing other things, and then I be part of that crime. So I said I'm not working
with outsiders.
Yeah, with malafide students who have other intentions of extorting students, the goons. I said no.
Okay, which is a good thing.
So, but sometimes it's very chaotic because whenever I say no, najipanganga. On the other side, I come now with security. Yeah, be it private, be it police officers, and that's how I've been doing things.
Nenda pale central unaambia OCS afande, sasa kitu ufanye, nataka askari 17 hapo, kila mtu ngapi hapo, tuko sawa, twende kazi.
And I also want to tell the country,
they have rates, by the way.
I know police have rates. Niliachanga ikiwa 1000, sijui kama iliongezeka.
And I also want to tell the country, specifically the cabinet secretary for internal security and PS Raymond Omolo, that these goons are breeded in universities. They graduate from university goons to political goons outside.
To national goons.
Yeah, national goons. Let me say.
Or county goons.
Yeah. Most of these goons that you hear,
the breeding ground
Nairobi,
in the campo.
Nairobi, they come from universities. I've even had people saying, I need goons. So talk to KU, talk to
organize, mobilize.
And there are some universities known for goons in Nairobi and also outside Nairobi. I will not mention names, but someone was telling me that there's a university, even the dean is a goon, everyone is a goon, the security only goons get jobs there. Then to eradicate them is a problem. So pia naambia serikali, let the government transition some of these students, because unajua, do you know why people become goons? Sometimes it is not their fault. It is not their fault. It's like, I have not eaten for 2 days, so how do you want me to survive? I must extort someone to get someone to eat, something to eat. Sometimes it is the circumstance that are forcing the youth.
Yes.
And I'm telling the president, as they are launching the vision Kenya Beyond 2030.
Yes.
And also as he planning for his agendas moving forward, we need to find a way of transitioning this youth from university to the outside world, so that we don't have a lot of students. Sometimes wanasemanga goons are just wise people.
Yes.
Yeah. Who stop to be wise.
Okay.
They know a lot.
Yeah.
They know a lot. They know how the system works.
No, by the time you're going through university, my friend, and you get out of there na your coffee and the power to read, of course you're wise, you're intelligent, and you have everything going for you. Yeah.
Na kuna kwanga na those goons who are very peaceful, but wanakuchukulia pesa na wisdom. Sikia, fanya hivi unasikianga tu, sasa wacha nione kitu nitafanya. Ushaanza kuingia kwa pocket. They give you wisdom and you start, taking the wisdom. But I think most of them, it is a circumstance that are forcing them.
Yeah.
And it is the right time we have a national conversation and a national consensus on how we can transition this youth.
Yeah.
From universities to the outside world. Because mimi sidhani kama mtu atakuwa goon as long as there's something
for them to do.
Yeah.
There's something actually.
Be it a job, be it something you are doing, running. Most of them, they are hopeless. And this hopelessness is actually what made them to become goons.
I don't know if I asked you this last time, but I'll ask it anyway. In university, are we currently teaching students in every faculty on how to be entrepreneurs in the fields that they are studying?
Okay.
I know there's a unit, nikiwa kampo kulukanga na unit ilikuwa inaitwa entrepreneurship. Sijui kama UoN mko nayo.
Okay, me, I do law and there's a unit called entrepreneurship in the 4th year.
Okay.
I'm not aware about the other.
Is it a common unit or it's specifically within the law curriculum?
Entrepreneurship, I think it's you choose on whether you want to do it, because we have entrepreneurship, we have sports law. Some of them, they are not compulsory. You choose.
Okay.
What was the thinking behind this unit of entrepreneurship? Yes.
In my opinion, it was just to help you see whatever it is that you like. See, I did biotechnology so that we can see if in the realm of biotechnology, how can I monetize this particular knowledge that I've acquired.
So essentially they teach you the theory of it.
Yes. So you're doing on avenues on how to basically to get into entrepreneurship, how to make money, how to get the money if it's capital, how to get loans, whether you're going to get it from banks or get it from your relatives, and how to ensure that that money that you're getting, you're going to spend it in that specific thing that you're saying that you want to go and do. Yeah.
But most of the university professors and even the university, university administration will tell you to do all that the degree intends you to do, which is sometimes, I think, like you said, you did biotechnology.
Yes, I
but
did.
You're doing radio.
Yes, I am.
That's the kind of flexibility that we need if you want to survive.
Very true.
That points to a failure of our education system. When you have a population, let me backtrack. When you have a country that has demonstrated over and over again that they are really good at producing human beings in large numbers, it tells you that it can't be that whatever training they get at whatever level simply seems to focus their minds on being employed. The training must begin very, very early, and it must be part and parcel of a curriculum where people you start understanding what a business is, how to create it, all the things that pertain to these things, so that by the time you're getting to university level, you're actually at an advanced level. The idea that you may have is something you can actually put to practice. Better still, if we look at the Estonian model, you actually put, for you to have been determined to have passed that particular unit, that particular thinking and the idea must be put to practice and must be tested as to whether it can actually work in the real world. So you produce an entire generation of people who think business. Now, those who want to go business will go into business. Those who have found employment they're happy with, they'll do it. But should the need arise for them to think alternatively as to how it is they can engage their minds and their expertise, they're already prepared for it. If you're teaching it at university, it's late. It is better than nothing, but it is late.
It is late. Some of these, like for example, there was another common unit, HIV and AIDS. I mean, unajua
hiyo ni muhimu.
Sikatai, but I'm not rubbishing it. I'm just saying.
Sijaifanya mimi, I don't know.
Maybe UoN hamna hiyo kama common, I don't know, but KU iko or rather ilikuwa.
And there was a lot of complaints.
There were no complaints. But you see, it was a unit that mtu anashanga sasa naenda kufanya nini juu. See, I know for me to prevent myself, use protection, have one partner, the normal, the whatever. Lakini it was a unit that was taught throughout the semester. Now, for those who attended it, it was not just about using protection and having one partner.
Okay.
There was a lot that was taught within that particular unit about the virus, about how you acquire it, about how you can, use ARVs and so on and so forth.
Very important.
So for those who went through the unit, me personally, sikuifanya, so sikumbuki. But I am sure it was very important.
Now you see, therein is a perfect example of people who then understood not just the disease,
yes,
but whatever agent it was that caused it. If you think it is strange, it is part and parcel of a curriculum in our medical schools. There's something called public health. For the longest of time, it's something people used to consider it was suggestion.
Yeah.
Many people treating a doctor didn't bother with it very much. Then HIV struck. You suddenly realized, my goodness, this public health is actually important. So people started going and studying public health, whereas before, anyone who had not perhaps even taken any clinical studies could go and do public health. Now, if
and you gain a wealth of knowledge.
Yes, and you see, the fundamentals of it are basically this. You are being trained to understand the preventative aspects of healthcare, as opposed to this expensive curative one which people keep shoving down our throats. If people are taught and they practice the prevention, these huge hospital bills and all these things we keep dealing with, we will not...
Non-existent,
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
We don't need to deal with them.
Look at something as simple as social distancing and washing hands. Imesaidia watu aje?
Very basic.
Exactly, it is something basic. It costs you nothing to wash your hands. It costs you nothing to have social distance. Absolutely nothing. But it saves you from sudden death. So, but the point I was driving home as far as asking that issue of entrepreneurship is because as much as we want the government to give us money, jobs, the government won't give us jobs.
True.
Only a few of us can get those jobs, for sure.
True.
But the rest of us have got to think, how do I create employment for you? Or how do you create employment for city and so on and so forth? Like the radio generation is owned by someone and we are working for that person. Now that person is an entrepreneur.
Yes.
He probably studied medicine, I don't know. But we are here, aren't we?
But the problem with, with doctors and many other professions, there was a time I was... asking someone, have you ever met maybe someone who did medicine and is a comedian?
Yeah, my desk mate from campus was not campus, but from school was a comedian.
Are you sure?
He's a neurosurgeon right now, but he's a hell of a funny guy.
Yes, me, I met several lawyers who did law,
Yes,
but then they went to the comedy space, and they're doing very well. Yeah,
And you'll find others who've done other things. What they study was just, and that's what education is supposed to do for you at that level. It's supposed to open your mind.
Bas. Open your mind, man.
It's supposed to open your mind to the large landscape of possibilities that exist. Yes.
University funding model. Sasa tumeambiwa free for all. How are you guys taking it?
Is it?
That's still at the parliament. So for now, it's story.
Yeah, it's as far as you're concerned.
Yeah, because it's still at the parliament. So once that bill is passed, then it can be implemented. But I don't think it will be implemented in this semester. Yeah, the year is beginning.
Yes.
From Monday. It will be very hard. But for the new funding model that we have currently, we have what you call band dilemmas.
That band 1 mpaka 4. Okay. Yeah, but at least the government admitted that there was an issue with that one.
Yeah. Because the problem is that when this thing was being formulated, it was done in a rush. Less than a month. They
no public participation.
Yeah, no public participation, because most of the people even who are making the decision were not even government students. Someone who could even pay for his fees was one who was sitting at the committee making decision on behalf of the students who are actually affected by some of these changes.
Yes,
because I know very many people who have been placed in the wrong band. Let's say if I'm needy, I'm supposed to be in band 1.
Okay.
So if I'm needy, that means less household contribution and more government scholarship. But then unapata the rich person has been placed under the band
1.
Yeah, band 1, which is the needy students.
Yes.
They receive a lot of support from government and they pay less household contribution, and the vice versa happens.
Yeah. Okay.
Now the victims will be now the needy.
Yes.
And the extremely needy students will be the victims. Because as I come in Nigeria, you don't feel the weight, because you can either pay it or even if the government pays it, you don't have to worry. Even if even some of this scholarship delay students sometimes suffer a lot, psychological torture. Me now, I receive thousands of calls every day saying that this delayed, that delayed.
But if this proposal by the president becomes law, is it a good proposal?
It's a good thing. It's a good thing because we have a lot of needy students who actually get very good grades, but are not able to raise this household contribution. For example, if you're doing medicine, and the fees is around 600,000, and you have a straight A from Nairobi School Alliance,
The 600,000 is per year.
Yeah, per year. The household contribution will be around 150,000. Around 150,000. So someone who is needy, raising 150 is a problem. Then that particular person is forced now to look for other alternatives. Change from medicine and maybe even take
a cheaper course.
Bachelor of Arts maybe. Bachelor of Arts maybe gender development studies. So that he can pay a household contribution of 5,000. So you see now there is that inequality that the president was saying, and I'm glad that they have seen that and pictured it in their mind that this could actually force the needy bright students to abandon
to lose out on opportunities that were available to them.
Because maybe they would have ended up being an amazing
and many have
surgeon.
lost. Many have lost. Someone was sending me an email saying that alipata medicine, but he could not report because of
the fee,
everything that was required, the materials to. He said this is the third year. He has deferred the course.
There's something, wherever that person comes from, there's something fundamentally wrong with their local leadership. Honestly, genuinely something fundamentally wrong. Because these problems arise in very many parts of the country. And the part of the country where this thing arises, and it is known, that child is going to go and study medicine because people figure, apana, it will be a loss to us if this particular individual does not contribute to the building of the nation in this particular way. And money is found. People contribute. People raise funds and so forth.
But that depends on the kind of leadership you have back home.
Precisely, and that is why I've poured cold water on that leadership.
Okay. Ombati Stephen amesema, I went to KU and we had a lot of common units that are important. Even us who did civil engineering studied a few. Thank you, engineer. Kuna Nyaga Junior pia Kitungu. Santeni sana wase. Mr. President, thank you so much for coming through. And we hope to see you again.
Of course, I'll come once again.
It is always a pleasure having you here.
I'll come and tell you about the hostels.
Yes.
There have been a lot that I've been doing. That was my core business and one of the most important campaign item that people actually believe that, hey, this guy can do it. Let's give him the votes and he will do it. There's a lot that I did. Of course, 50-50. Some people are happy about it. Some people are
not happy.
It's okay. But it's a very long story. I'll come and tell you another session.
Wanasemanga, if you want to make everyone happy, sell ice cream.
Sell ice cream. But I'm not selling ice cream. I want to be a politician.
Yes. All right, Mr. President, this is where we come to a stop. Guys, it's a Friday, bana. See you on Monday, bright and early.